Chapter 1916. King Qing had never expected that the person behind the brothel would be Lu Yin, as this person was not someone the home of the gods could deal with. Even without considering his status as a director, the Great Eastern Alliance had more emissaries than the home of the gods. Furthermore, he had the support of the Sirius sect, Everlasting Island and the Hall of Honor. Dozens of emissaries had participated in the Outerverse War, and 6 of them had a power level of over 1,000,000. The home of the gods was very powerful and was a behemoth in the Neoverse, but it could not compare to the current Great Eastern Alliance. There were even rumors that a half-progenitor had appeared on the battlefield. If that was true, then it would be too terrifying. If he had known that the person who had attacked the brothel was Lu Yin, then he would have stopped Yao Hong no matter what. This was not just trouble but also despair. Lu Yin retracted his hand. Did that woman ask for help from the home of the gods? King Qing was shocked. Alliance Master Lu, that has nothing to do with me. She's one of the home of the gods' 18 celestial gods, Fenghua God. She has a very high status in the home of the gods and has many friends. That's why she can do whatever she wants in Sky-bearing City. Even I don't dare to do anything to her. She's a disciple of the Mirror God. Lu Yin raised a brow. Mirror God. King Qing endured his injuries. The Mirror God is an expert who is second only to the Candle God in the home of the gods. The Candle God is in seclusion all year round, so the Mirror God is in charge of managing the home of the gods. Nearly half of the 18 celestial gods are disciples of the Mirror God. Offending Yao Hong is the same as offending half of the home of the gods, so no one dares to offend her. What was Ember's status in the home of the gods? Lu Yin asked. King Qing was confused. Ember. Lu Yin answered, one of the 4 hegemons of the Cosmic Sea, the leader of the Nightmare Regiment, Ember. King Qing explained, I'm not familiar with the Cosmic Sea and I don't know who Ember is, but it's rumored that there was a traitor in the home of the gods who was chased by the Mirror God and the Violet God and fled the Neoverse. That person might be Ember. I remember him being called the Nightmare God. He's a taboo in the home of the gods and no one can mention him. Even Yao Hong doesn't, so we don't know much about him. But wasn't the Nightmare Regiment destroyed by Leon's armada? I know. Qing Yu trembled in the distance as she looked at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin looked over. Tell me something that interests me and I might let you go. Prince Qing looked hopefully at Qing Yu. Will you tell me everything you know? Don't hold anything back. I don't know much, Qing Yu said fearfully. Once when Yao Hong was drunk, she said that the reason Zhou Xian left the home of the gods was because he stole something from the rune technology ruins, which led to the pursuit of Mirror God and Violet God. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she did know that after so many years, Mirror God and Violet God never gave up. They would occasionally enter the Cosmic Sea to hunt him down. Anything else? Prince Qing asked. Qing Yu shook her head. No. Oh, that's right. Yao Hong said that Violet deity went out a while ago. He must have gone to hunt down Annihilation again. During the battle at Cosmic Sea, Annihilation escaped. King Qing looked pleadingly at Lu Yin, awaiting his decision. Qing Yu was right. Annihilation had escaped, and it was normal for the home of the gods to still be hunting him down. So where was the item that he had stolen? Could Leon's armada have obtained it? Although the possibility was low, Lu Yin still sent a message to ask Big Sis. Not long after, Big Sis replied. Lu Yin glanced at it and was disappointed. Everything in the group had been accounted for and there was nothing worth paying attention to. There was also nothing related to the rune technology ruins. The item. Big Sis wouldn't lie to him. No one in Leon's armada cultivated the scripture of Aeon evolution, so it was useless. It should be on Annihilation himself, as he wouldn't have lost such an important item. Where was Annihilation right now? Lu Yin looked up into space. The universe was huge and with Annihilation's strength he could have escaped anywhere. The home of the gods was the most likely place to find him, and perhaps he could even borrow the Starsabil sect's strength. Both Sky-bearing City and the home of the gods were in the north. Although the north was huge, the experts from the home of the gods were able to reach Sky-bearing City in less than a day. The next day, King Qing was still half buried in the ground while Qing Yu lay nearby. Yao Hong had also arrived, along with a group of cultivators from the home of the gods. Their leader exuded a powerful aura that caused all of Sky-bearing City to tremble. It was an old woman who was also an emissary, but her power level was clearly higher than King Qing's. Although they were both emissaries, King Qing couldn't compare to an emissary who used the scripture of Aeon evolution. When Yao Hong saw King Qing and Qing Yu's miserable state, she didn't immediately try to save them. Instead, she respectfully said to the old woman, "It must be the person behind the brothel. He clearly knows that I'm a disciple of the home of the gods, but he still dares to act so recklessly. He clearly doesn't care about the home of the gods." The old woman's eyes turned into runes as she scanned the city lord's mansion. She then stared in a certain direction and her expression changed drastically. Lu Yin was sitting there quietly, clearly waiting for them. She immediately recognized Lu Yin when she saw him, as this wasn't their first time meeting. Lu Yin also recognized the old woman. He was the one who had helped her capture the emissary from the group. "Granny, we have to destroy the brothel today and find out who's so daring to offend the home of the gods." Yao Hong was still talking, but she didn't see Lu Yin at all. It wasn't just her. The other cultivators from the home of the gods didn't see him either. Only the old woman did. "Shut up," the old woman shouted. Yao Hong was stunned and looked at the old woman in confusion. "Granny." She realized that the old woman wasn't looking at her and was instead looking in another direction. Yao Hong followed the old woman's gaze and saw a young man smiling at them. The young man's appearance was ordinary and there was nothing special about him. However, Yao Hong wasn't an idiot. She was an 18 celestial who had stood out from her cultivation in the home of the gods. The more ordinary a person appeared in the city lord's mansion, the more extraordinary they were. This person in particular seemed very familiar. The old woman faced Lu Yin and slowly bowed. "The wind god of the home of the gods greets Alliance leader Lu." When they had first met, her attitude had been completely different. Although she had been intimidated by the flying willow leaves, she hadn't paid much attention to Lu Yin. She had even felt that Lu Yin should accept the friendship of the home of the gods. Even when Lu Yin had helped her capture the emissary from the group, she had felt that it was only right. Now, however, her attitude had completely changed. The friendship of the home of the gods? Others might care about that, but Lu Yin might not. On the other hand, they cared about Lu Yin's friendship. Outsiders might not know about the war in the Outerverse, but they knew that Lu Yin's side had mobilized 6 powerhouses with power levels in the millions. In the end, not only had a half-ancestor appeared, but the blood progenitor had also appeared because of the origin tribulation. The origin tribulation had even drawn out progenitor Qin, who had been at the peak of the Enlighter realm and had been defeated by Lu Yin. Only a small number of people knew about this, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. The astral source universe was in an uproar because of Lu Yin. He had the ability to shake the entire fifth mainland, and with his current influence he could forcefully change the structure of the Neoverse. In terms of status and power, she was far inferior to Lu Yin, and the moment she saw him she could only bow to show her respect. The home of the gods had always been synonymous with arrogance in the fifth mainland. Outsiders looked at them more than they looked at them as lunatics. Each of them had proclaimed themselves as gods, so what were they if not lunatics? But even if they were lunatics, they were still rational lunatics. They were arrogant, but they couldn't be arrogant in front of Lu Yin. After the old woman bowed, the rest of the home of the gods' cultivators behind her bowed as well. Alliance leader Lu? There was only one person in the entire universe who could be addressed in such a manner. The Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, a member of the Board of Governors and a paragon of the same generation, Lu Yin. Yao Hong recalled that it was indeed Lu Yin. In an instant everything connected. It was Lu Yin. The one who had attacked them at the brothel was Lu Yin. No wonder he had appeared at the city lord's mansion, and no wonder King Qing and his son were in such a miserable state. If it was Lu Yin, then everything made sense. Greetings, Alliance leader Lu. Yao Hong bowed deeply. Half of King Qing's body was buried in the ground, and he looked at these arrogant cultivators from the home of the gods who were bowing like lunatics. His gaze was bitter, but he also found it funny. This was the difference between people. He was an emissary, but Yao Hong could act without restraint and speak rudely to him. However, Lu Yin was also an emissary, so these people could only lower their heads. As he thought about it, he looked at Lu Yin. How had this young man done it? How many years had it been since he started cultivating? He was practically a legend, and he was even more of a legend than progenitor Qin and the talisman ancestor. Lu Yin looked up and quietly looked at the old woman without saying a word. Since he didn't speak, the old woman and the rest could only maintain their bowing posture. After half a day, Lu Yin finally spoke up. I can't be considered friends with the home of the gods, but I can't say that we're enemies either. However, this time you've gone a little overboard. The old woman stood up and respectfully said, Alliance leader Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. Yao Hong didn't know that the brothel was now your property. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her. Don't speak nonsense. It's not my property. The people from the home of the gods were confused. Lu Yin calmly said, Old man Bu and I have become good friends. This brothel is still his property, but since it's a good friend's property, it wouldn't be good for me to not take action when it was bullied. Don't you agree? The old woman nodded. That makes sense. Alliance leader Lu is right. In the distance, Qing Yu, who was lying on the ground, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Reason? When had the people from the home of the gods ever been reasonable? Since it was Alliance leader Lu who took action, this matter will end here. At the same time, I would like to thank Alliance leader Lu for showing mercy and sparing Yao Hong's life, the old woman said solemnly. Behind her, Yao Hong was sullen. She had been slapped so many times, but in the end she still had to thank Lu Yin for sparing her life. As one of the home of the gods' 18 celestial gods, her status was so high that she could ignore some of the emissaries. When had she ever suffered such grievances? However, she didn't dare to say anything. The home of the gods was managed by the mirror god in name, but in reality the mirror god also needed to cultivate. Everything was managed by the wind god, and whatever the wind god said was law. Lu Yin's opinion of this old woman had improved. The people from the home of the gods weren't crazy, and they were willing to lower their heads when they needed to. Furthermore, they had done so much faster than anyone else. However, Lu Yin didn't plan on letting this matter go so easily. I believe you, but I don't believe her. Lu Yin's gaze then landed on Yao Hong. The old woman looked back and coincidentally saw Yao Hong's resentful gaze. She waved her hand and slapped Yao Hong across the face, sending Yao Hong flying. Yao Hong was stunned as she hadn't expected to be hit. Chapter 1917. The old woman looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, are you appeased now? Lu Yin raised a brow. She was too ruthless, and even he didn't want to cause trouble for her. This old woman had been too honest. Wind god, you hit me? Yao Hong screamed, her gaze crazed. She had been sullen and resentful to begin with, and this slap had completely unleashed her hatred. The old woman turned around and glared at Yao Hong, her gaze fierce. Shut up. Yao Hong screamed back, what right do you have to hit me? I'm a disciple of the mirror god, and you're a disciple of the violet deity. You're only in charge of the home of the gods, but as a member of the home of the gods, you're helping an outsider instead of your own. I won't let you off, and I'll definitely report this to the mirror god. The old woman was enraged. She raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped Yao Hong's face, directly knocking her unconscious. The surrounding cultivators of the home of the gods didn't dare to speak. The old woman faced Lu Yin and respectfully said, Alliance Master Lu, I will bring my disciples back to the home of the gods. I hope that Alliance Master Lu won't blame me for this. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This old woman was abnormal. His current status and strength were indeed high, but it wasn't enough for the home of the gods to lower their heads like this. It was true that they were afraid of him, but they shouldn't be so cowardly as if they were afraid that he would pursue the matter. This didn't make sense, and even he felt that Yao Hong's words made sense. As an emissary of the home of the gods, instead of helping her own, she had helped an outsider. To put it nicely, she was looking out for the big picture, but to put it bluntly, it was betrayal. What right did this old woman have to be so submissive to him? Lu Yin wasn't arrogant enough to think that he had the qualifications to rule over the Neoverse. The Outerverse had been able to gather so many experts, and many from the Neoverse had come as well. Not all of them had been his people, but the Hall of Honor had also tacitly approved. She's a disciple of the Mirror God? The old woman replied, she only learned from the Mirror God. Alliance Master Lu, please don't mind her. Lu Yin sneered. Don't mind? How is that possible? I heard that the Mirror God is extremely powerful, and from the looks of it she doesn't plan on letting this matter go. The old woman's expression turned ugly. Alliance Lord Lu, the home of the gods doesn't want to be enemies with you. After all, your relationship with Tai God isn't bad. We'd rather be friends with you, so we admit our mistake. Please don't pursue this matter any further. Lu Yin tapped the void with his finger, causing a ripple that extended to the old woman and then swept past her. The old woman's body swayed and she almost fell down. Her expression became even more unsightly. Just now, that power had shaken the void and she had been unable to resist it. This was Lu Yin's strength and it was unparalleled. It was enough to defeat progenitor Qin, who was at the same level as him. You don't have the right to decide the home of the god's attitude. Let the mirror god do it. I want him to personally promise that he won't pursue this matter. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep well. Who knows when you'll ambush me? The old woman said anxiously, Alliance Master Lu, I guarantee that this matter will be written off. Lu Yin tapped the void with his finger and his strength suddenly increased. The ripple swept past the old woman's body and this time she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her organs were being suppressed and she almost coughed up blood. Let the mirror god do it, Lu Yin said indifferently. Or, I can make a trip to the home of the gods. This was his true goal. He had always wanted to go to the home of the gods. Perhaps he could raise the Aeon evolution scripture to the next level and reach the unbounded realm there. He believed that the home of the gods definitely had experts who had reached the unbounded realm, such as the mirror god. He was very curious. The old woman's eyes flickered. Finally, she had no choice but to contact the mirror god. Not long after, Yao Hong woke up with a dazed expression. Half of her face was swollen and she couldn't feel anything. She moved a little before fainting again. The old woman's slap had been very heavy, and it was already good enough that she hadn't turned into an idiot. Lu Yin pitied her a little. Everyone waited quietly, but Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He closed his eyes and his body flickered in and out of existence as he slowly absorbed the astral source. This was the cultivation method of an emissary. Absorbing astral source from the astral source universe into one's astral source whirlpool would strengthen it. Once one's astral source whirlpool reached a certain level, they would undergo a tribulation, and then continue to absorb and undergo another tribulation. This was how the astral tree realm divided emissaries' strength. The fifth mainland didn't have a clear division of strength. If he followed the fifth mainland's strength, then he would have an estimated power level of 800,000, but he had just become an emissary. His true realm was that of a first tribulation cultivator. However, his first tribulation was a little strange because he had 4 astral source whirlpools. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. When others cultivated, they had to carefully absorb the astral sources for fear of attracting the attention of the astral source universe. After a long period of time, they would break through the first origin tribulation and reach the second origin tribulation. Then they would advance step by step until they reached the 7th or 8th origin tribulation. However, that was only for ordinary cultivators. Lu Yin's astral source whirlpool was much larger than an ordinary emissary's. This was dependent on the amount of star energy in his body, which was 200 times more than an ordinary cultivator's. Anyone who could become an emissary was a genius, and it was normal for them to have several times more star energy than an ordinary person. Even so, Lu Yin's star energy was many times more than an emissary's, which increased the difficulty and time required for his cultivation. That wasn't all. He already had 4 astral source whirlpools, and if he had to increase his astral source whirlpools by another 4 times, it would be a headache. Lu Yin looked at the astral source universe. If only this universe didn't view him as an enemy. If he could absorb as much as he wanted, then he would be able to break through to the second tribulation. As he sighed, Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he looked in the direction of the old woman. Someone was walking out of the astral source universe. It was a man with grizzled hair, but his face was young. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, and he carried an invisible dignity. This person's rune lines were only slightly weaker than the Sea King's, so he should be the mirror god. The strongest powerhouse in the home of the gods was the candle god, who had been in seclusion for many years. Some people guessed that he had died long ago, while others guessed that he was breaking through to the half-ancestor realm. No one knew the exact details of the candle god, and the second strongest powerhouses were the mirror god and the violet god. The mirror god appeared in the city lord's mansion and glanced around. He paused for a moment before looking at Lu Yin with a calm expression. Alliance Master Lu, I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're the mirror god? The mirror god stared at Lu Yin, his heart filled with shock. This kid's rune lines were even higher than his own? How was that possible? Hadn't he just become an emissary? At this moment, Lu Yin was brazenly revealing his power level, and the old woman could see it clearly as well. She couldn't help but be shocked. This youth was truly unparalleled in the universe. The cultivators from the home of the gods were stung by Lu Yin's rune lines. Lu Yin had always been the one to observe the rune lines of others, but now he was being observed by someone from the home of the gods, which shocked them greatly. The mirror god was the most shocked. He had cultivated for a long time, but he couldn't compare to a youth who had only cultivated for a few decades. This made him feel indescribably depressed. I'm the mirror god. I've heard about the brothel incident. What does Alliance Master Lu want? The mirror god asked. His gaze was no longer calm and there was an intense fear in the depths of his eyes. He had originally thought that only the second Night King could suppress him in the Great Eastern Alliance, but Lu Yin's rune lines had already surpassed his own. Although he was confident in his cultivation of the Aeon Evolution scripture, he couldn't determine Lu Yin's bottom line. This youth was terrifying and unfathomable. Lu Yin smiled. Actually, I don't need any explanation. She's already been taught a lesson. I only invited you here to confirm that the home of the gods has no plans for revenge. The mirror god nodded. Rest assured, Alliance Master Lu. Yao Hong is ruthless and we will discipline her strictly. Naturally, we won't seek revenge. However, please do not slander the home of the gods. The disciples that we teach are not evil. This was the attitude that the home of the gods should have. They didn't offend anyone, but they also didn't fear anyone. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Mirror God, may I ask what stage your cultivation of the Aeon Evolution scripture is at? The expressions of the Mirror God and the others from the home of the gods changed, as it was taboo to ask someone about their cultivation. The Mirror God frowned. What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu? I'm just curious, nothing else. After all, I've already cultivated to the knowing realm, and I'm a little lost about the next realm, Lu Yin said. Everyone from the home of the gods looked at Lu Yin as if he were a freak. Only the old woman and the mirror god knew that Lu Yin had already cultivated to the knowing realm. The details of Lu Yin's breakthrough to the astral envoy realm and his battle with progenitor Qin had already spread. Many of Lu Yin's trump cards had been revealed, such as the knowing realm's Aeon Evolution scripture. They hadn't expected that someone like Lu Yin, who had never cultivated in the home of the gods, would be able to reach the knowing realm. They had wanted to contact Lu Yin and ask if he had obtained the rune technology ruins. Otherwise, how could he explain it? Now that this was brought up, the mirror god's eyes flashed and he waved a hand. Leave. The old woman respectfully acknowledged and led all of the cultivators from the home of the gods out, including the unconscious Yao Hong. Lu Yin also had the people from the home of the gods take King Qing and his son away, leaving only Lu Yin and the mirror god. Has Alliance Master Lu obtained the rune technology ruins? The mirror god asked directly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Have you cultivated to the unbounded realm? The mirror god was taken aback, but then he nodded. It seems like Alliance Master Lu has indeed obtained the ruins. Outsiders definitely wouldn't know about the unbounded realm, and even within the home of the gods, there aren't many who know about it. I know about the ruins of the Rune Technology Institute. Not only that, but I've also cultivated there. That's where I successfully reached the knower realm. The mirror god grew excited. Alliance Master Lu, let's make a deal. If you give the ruins to the home of the gods, I'll take you to the ruins that are unique to the home of the gods. How about it? Lu Yin shook his head. I can't hand over the rune technology ruins to you. I can't touch it, especially that statue. I can see its appearance from afar, but the closer I get, the more blurry it becomes. All I can see are the runes. The mirror god's eyes went wide and he couldn't help but walk up to Lu Yin. Statue? What statue? A statue of a group of people kneeling and praying, Lu Yin said. The mirror god's breathing became more rapid and his eyes turned red. Alliance Master Lu, where is the rune technology ruins? Can you tell me? Chapter 1918. Lu Yin looked Mirror God up and down, but he didn't say anything. Mirror God wasn't stupid and hurriedly said, We can trade with you. There are several rune technology ruins in the home of the gods and we all cultivate there. I don't mind telling you that I'm an unbounded and I successfully cultivated in one of the ruins. It's almost impossible for outsiders to reach the unbounded realm. You should know how mysterious the rune technology civilization is. Creating something out of nothing is the best way to describe it. Others can't cultivate there even if they want to. If you want to reach the unbounded realm, you have to cultivate there as well. Lu Yin muttered to himself, what's the unbounded realm like? He knew about the unbounded realm from the rune technology ruins in the burial garden, but cultivating there was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was why he had lured Mirror God here. He wanted to see what the home of the gods had to offer. If possible, he wanted to enter the home of the gods to cultivate the true scripture of Yin evolution. Mirror God gazed deeply at Lu Yin, his gaze filled with fervor. The unbounded realm is the next realm after the knowing denial realm. All battle techniques, secret techniques, and innate gifts will appear in the form of rune lines in front of those who cultivate the true scripture of Yin evolution. At this realm, you can not only see and weaken your opponent, but you can also forcefully change the number of rune lines that form, changing battle techniques, and so on. You can say that at this realm, you can transform everything you see and nullify your opponent's attacks. Not only will you be able to create something out of nothing, but you will also be omnipotent. Lu Yin was overwhelmed by Mirror God's words. Let me feel it, he said, raising his hand and striking out with a clear void palm. However, he had deliberately slowed down his attack for fear that Mirror God wouldn't be able to see it. Mirror God's expression changed and the attack was ferocious. At the same time, it was accompanied by spiritual force, a domain, and so on. If one couldn't withstand any of these, they would be heavily injured. Most importantly, this attack was extremely powerful. Mirror God stared at Lu Yin as the clear void palm dissipated less than a meter in front of him. This wouldn't have been surprising in the past as it could be weakened to the extreme. However, Mirror God wasn't stronger than Lu Yin, and yet he had been able to nullify his clear void palm. This was the unbounded realm. Lu Yin didn't attack again. Mirror God had already shown enough. With Lu Yin's current strength, who could easily withstand his clear void palm. However, the Mirror God could nullify it, which was quite terrifying. I've only scratched the surface when it comes to the unbounded realm, said Mirror God. When the Candle God makes a move, it's truly miraculous. He can cause stars to disappear and reform and transform other people's battle skills into his own. He can even imitate other people's battle skills and even innate gifts. That's what the unbounded realm is like. I'll head over to the home of the gods as soon as possible. I'll tell you where the statue is then. You can tell me now. The home of the gods will always welcome you. Lu Yin shook his head. I'll tell you when we reach the home of the gods. It's too early now. The Mirror God was helpless. They all yearned for the rune technology ruins, and they had arranged for people to search for them in various parts of the Fifth Mainland a long time ago. For example, the Amethyst Trading Company had been a pawn in their search for the ruins in the home of the gods. There were people from both the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea, and no one was more eager than the Mirror God to cultivate the true scripture of Yin evolution. If it had been anyone else, the Mirror God would have already captured them and interrogated them, but he didn't have the guts or the strength to do so. Alliance Master Lu, please visit the home of the gods as soon as possible. No matter when, the home of the gods will always welcome you, the Mirror God said expectantly. Lu Yin could feel the Mirror God's sincerity, just like the Wen family. Speaking of which, it seemed that the Mirror God had left quite a few people hanging. For example, the Wen family, the Ku family, and now the home of the gods. Right, there was also the Sword Sect. He had promised to give Lu Hao to them, but he would have to wait until he returned to the Innerverse. Don't worry, I'll be there as soon as possible, Lu Yin replied courteously. Before leaving, the Mirror God couldn't help but say, Alliance Master Lu, you must take care of yourself. Safety first. These words stunned the old woman and the others, and they all looked at the Mirror God strangely. King Qing and his son were stunned as well. The people of the home of the gods were this kind. Yao Hong had just woken up, but when she heard these words, she fainted again. Lu Yin sighed. There were so many good people in the Neoverse. The Sirius sect cared about him, and now the home of the gods cared about him as well. The people from the home of the gods left and took Yao Hong away, saying that they would discipline her when they returned. Lu Yin stayed behind to wait for news from Qianzhou. Since he stayed behind, it was naturally up to King Qing to receive him. Although King Qing had been beaten up quite badly by Lu Yin, as long as he was still alive, he had to personally receive Lu Yin. Qing Yu followed beside King Qing to serve him. The events of that day had completely changed his life. Although he looked at Lu Yin with fear, there was also longing. For the first time in his life he longed to become a powerhouse. His father, who had once stood in his way, had fallen, so he could only move forward on his own. Lu Yin did not expect Qing Yu to change for the better, and he did not care about such a small character. A few days later Qianzhou found Lu Yin. "You're back." Lu Yin nodded and bid farewell to King Qing. When he saw Lu Yin leave, King Qing heaved a sigh of relief. He had been on tenterhooks just now, afraid that Lu Yin would kill him before he left. There were too many vicious and merciless people in this universe, especially people like Lu Yin who stood at the pinnacle of power. Fortunately. "Father, what about Yao Hong?" Qing Yu asked. King Qing gritted his teeth in anger. "It's that slut's fault for provoking Lu Yin. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Don't worry about her. It doesn't matter if she comes back or not." He then covered his body. His injuries were too severe and he had endured them to serve Lu Yin. He needed to recuperate in seclusion. "Behave yourself and don't cause any trouble during this time. The universe isn't as simple as you think it is," King Qing instructed. He then ordered someone to watch over Qing Yu and prevent him from leaving before he went into seclusion to recuperate. Elsewhere, Lu Yin and Qianzhou had found the boss of the Silver Fragrance auction house. They could get anything out of these small characters with a little bit of effort. The Silver Fragrance auction house's boss did not have many secrets, and if he did, it was because of his wealth. However, the Yadua auction house had revealed a huge secret. They controlled a hidden space that was similar to the hidden space of the Aeon Shield sect, and reverse steps had been obtained from that space. About half of the northern territory away from Sky-bearing City, there were countless asteroids floating in space. This was the Northern Territory's asteroid belt, and Lu Yin's group appeared on one of the asteroids. They were Lu Yin, Qianzhou, and a small old man. "This is the place?" Qianzhou asked. The old man panicked. "Yes, this is the place." Lu Yin looked at the asteroid beneath his feet. It was very large, comparable to an ordinary planet. They followed the direction that the old man had pointed out and arrived at a corner of the asteroid. The three of them then disappeared. This was a hidden space that wasn't too large, but that was only in comparison to Lu Yin's experience. In reality, this space was much larger than an ordinary planet, and it was drizzling as far as the eye could see. Beneath the drizzle, there was a lingering fog that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a flower. The flower was very ordinary, but Lu Yin's body trembled when he saw it, and his eyes filled with excitement. This flower was exactly the same as Progenitor Chen's symbol. As expected, reverse steps had indeed come from Progenitor Chen. "Where is it?" Lu Yin asked anxiously as he looked at the boundless sea of flowers. This was the first time he had felt so close to Progenitor Chen. He had not felt this way even when he had been in Progenitor Chen's tomb. The old man pointed in a direction. "We searched this space for a few months before we found that place. It's right beside the sea of flowers and there's a small river there." Lu Yin grabbed Qianzhou and the old man before disappearing as well. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at the small river, where Lu Yin saw a ruin buried within the mountain rocks. It should have been here a long time ago and the mountain rocks have collapsed. There used to be a wooden house here and there's even some decayed furniture inside. We've looked around and aside from a stone table, everything else has turned to dust. There's nothing useful in this space and we haven't been here in a long time, the old man said respectfully. Lu Yin's gaze was immediately attracted to the stone table, and he immediately appeared beside it. This stone table had originally been buried within the mountain ruins, but it had been dug out by the auction house. Fortunately, they had not used too much force or else it might not have been preserved. The stone table was very ordinary, but it had been preserved because of a line of words written on it. The words were written in ancient script and they were from the era of the Daoist sect. Lu Yin did not recognize them, but there were a few words that were similar to the words that had been written beside the person who had been impaled to death by 5 pikes in the centipede's body. He remembered that Night King Yuanjing had translated those words. "I hate that I cannot protect my master until the rain stops. Hate, hate, hate." That was the meaning of those words, and it was very likely that these words had been left behind by Progenitor Chen. There were 3 words that were similar. "Wait for the rain to stop." When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The entire space was raining, and the misty rain made it seem indescribably beautiful. Was it related to these words? Qianzhou was curious. Seventh bro, what do these words mean? The old man also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. Qianzhou was disappointed. These words are very ancient. After so many years of evolution, the words have changed so much that it's hard to recognize them. Is there anything else besides these words? Where did you get that jade stone? Lu Yin asked the old man. The old man respectfully replied, right here next to the stone table. We searched for a long time and carefully, but aside from that jade stone, there was nothing else. Lu Yin frowned. Why was the place where progenitor Chen had stayed so ordinary? Logically speaking, it would be difficult for even Lu Yin to enter a place like progenitor Chen's tomb, let alone a small auction house. However, this place was too ordinary. Furthermore, after entering, Lu Yin had used the true scripture of Yin evolution to look around, and it had not been isolated. It was too ordinary, too ordinary. There were no intelligent life forms in this space, but there were fish in the river and insects in the sea of flowers. They formed a very small but stable ecosystem, but there was no possibility of cultivation here. If there was no possibility of cultivation, then why had the jade stone been left behind? The reverse steps within the jade stone had clearly been left behind on purpose to teach future generations, but the place where it had been left behind was so ordinary. Qianzhou touched the white flower. It's an ordinary flower, but it looks quite pure. Lu Yin looked at the sea of flowers. These small white flowers trembled under the drizzle, appearing very weak. Progenitor Chen's symbol was a pure white flower surrounded by 9 stars. What was he trying to express? Was he trying to protect this flower? Chapter 1919. Lu Yin had once experienced progenitor Chen's memories, and there had been a scene where progenitor Chen had stared at a sea of flowers in a daze. Seventh bro, do you want to search? Qianzhou asked. He had no idea where the reverse step technique had come from or who had once lived here. Lu Yin brought Qianzhou and the old man out of the meteorite and entered this space alone. He fully released his domain, so it was indeed time to search. With his current strength, his domain's range was greatly expanded, and he quickly swept through the entire space. Finally, he looked at the bottom of the river where there was something there. The river water was cool and Lu Yin went to the bottom, squatted down and blew on it. The mud at the bottom of the river dispersed, revealing footprints that had been here for an unknown number of years. These footprints had long since turned into fossils. Could these be progenitor Chen's footprints? There was more than one set of footprints and they looked very messy. However, there seemed to be some sort of pattern to them. Lu Yin thought of a possibility and raised his foot to test the waters. He stepped into one of the footprints and then walked forward. Every step he took was within the footprints, but there was no reaction. There were more than 10 footprints, so perhaps they were walking in the opposite direction. Lu Yin wanted to verify his hypothesis again and again, but there were still many possibilities. After testing a few possibilities, Lu Yin gave up. He didn't know how long it would take him to test them one by one. He thought of Qianzhou and walked out to bring him back in. Qianzhou was at a loss. Look, is this the reverse step technique? Lu Yin asked as he pointed at the footprints. Qianzhou blinked and looked at the footprints. He nodded, yes it is. Mark them out according to the order of the steps. Qianzhou looked at them seriously and then marked out a sequence for Lu Yin. Finally he said, Seventh bro, although the reverse step technique is a footwork battle technique, it's important to understand it and not the order of the footwork. Otherwise you would have learned it long ago. However, you still need to learn it in order. Does seventh bro intend to learn it? Nonsense, Lu Yin replied. Qianzhou pursed his lips and looked at the footprints. He didn't know how long Lu Yin would take. When he had first obtained the reverse step technique at the auction house, he had relied on the jade to quickly comprehend it. However, he felt that he had only comprehended the surface level of the technique, and while his speed had increased, he still hadn't grasped the main points. What if Lu Yin took too long? Wouldn't he have to wait for a long time? Seventh brother, can I go now? I've found the place and I've also found the learning method of going backwards, Qianzhou asked tentatively. Lu Yin brought Qianzhou out of the meteorite. Wait a little longer. He then entered. He was not afraid that Qianzhou would leave. He did not have the guts to do so. Qianzhou truly did not dare to do so. Even though he had always been trying to evade capture, that also depended on who was chasing after him. If it was Lu Yin, then Qianzhou's scalp would go numb as the entire fifth mainland would be after him. Lu Yin returned to the bottom of the river and followed the order that Qianzhou had marked out. He stepped up step by step, not along the river but in the opposite direction. This was what it meant to go against the flow. He was clearly retreating, but he was actually moving forward, causing chaos in the void. When he finished walking through all of the steps, the air around him became chaotic. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to encourage him to cultivate. Lu Yin grew excited when he thought about this. He had always lacked a footwork battle technique, and reverse step was perfect. This was a battle technique that one of Progenitor Chen's clones had cultivated. A few days later, Lu Yin was already very familiar with the footwork. The only thing he lacked was comprehension. From this set of footwork he should be able to comprehend the same effects as Qianzhou's. However, Qianzhou had relied on the jade stone, while Lu Yin himself would need to slowly fumble around. Slowly fumbling around would take a long time. After a long time, Lu Yin walked out of the meteorite and met Qianzhou's expectant gaze. "You can go now." Qianzhou was delighted. "Thank you, seventh bro. Take him away as well. Make sure he doesn't say anything." Lu Yin was referring to the old man. The old man hurriedly expressed his stance. "My lord, I wouldn't dare to say anything. It's been so many years, and if you hadn't taken the initiative to ask, I would have forgotten." Where is this? What am I doing? Who are you?" Lu Yin raised a brow. "Smart guy." Qianzhou took the old man away. According to him, as long as the old man did not want to die, he would not say anything. The universe was a cruel place. "I really don't want him to say anything. I can help." The second Night King's voice rang out. He had been hiding in the shadows all this time. Lu Yin replied, "There's no need for that." He was not a bloodthirsty person. A screen appeared in the void with a line of words on it. What do these words mean? The second Night King was from the era of the Daoist sect, so he should be able to recognize ancient characters. The second Night King looked at the words on the screen and was astonished. "They're actually ancient characters? They're not from your era?" Lu Yin did not understand. The second Night King shook his head. "No, these words are far more ancient than those from my era. I need to check." Lu Yin nodded and waited quietly. Although the Day-Night clan had once been servants of the Bai family of the frigid Immortal sect, they still had a relatively deep foundation. It was possible that they had obtained a portion of the Bai family's foundation, and Night King Yuanjing would be able to figure out the meaning of those words. "Even if the heavens and earth destroy me, even if my name is cursed for eternity, I'm only willing to wait until the rain stops." "I'll wait for you," the second Night King said slowly. "That's what that Xingzi means. Waiting for the rain to stop? Who was Progenitor Chen waiting for? Was it that white flower?" Lu Yin thought of the forgetful ruins god, who also had Progenitor Chen's symbol on her face. Could it be her? It shouldn't be, as the forgetful ruins god was far more ancient than Progenitor Chen. "It's a love poem," the second Night King said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Right, Ku Wei had once tricked him into going to Progenitor Chen's tomb. He had mentioned that the tomb contained a love poem, and it had actually been a love poem. Lu Yin quickly entered that space again and arrived at the bottom of the river. There was no need to dwell on Progenitor Chen's matter, as it was rather ancient. What he needed to do now was cultivate time reversal. Cultivation was the most time-consuming thing, and Lu Yin was the least afraid of wasting time. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it and 4 pips appeared. His luck was off the charts. The die's innate gift was very mystical, and 4 pips in time stop gave Lu Yin an almost abnormal cultivation innate gift. However, there was a flaw: he could not absorb astral sources. Regardless of whether it was astral sources or star energy, he could not absorb them from the outside world. Otherwise, he would not have been afraid of wasting time if he kept rolling pips. With some regret, Lu Yin began to cultivate time reversal within the time-stop space. Similarly, in the Neoverse outside of the Realm Mountains, a gale filled the sky as the giant Shishio rapidly charged in a certain direction. A figure stood in the wind as Shishio slowed down in front of him before coming to a stop. The ground beneath it had cracked under its weight. "My lord, I've brought him," an old woman on Shishio's back spoke up. The figure leaped onto Shishio and looked at the boy on its back. He looked up and revealed his face. It was Nan Yuan. "What's your name, child?" Nan Yuan asked gently. The boy looked at Nan Yuan with apprehension. Bo? That's a good name. Who else is in your family?" Nan Yuan continued asking. Bo lowered his head, unsure of how to answer. Nan Yuan squatted down and smiled. What's your relationship with the three elders? Bo looked at Nan Yuan and mustered his courage. He's my grandfather. Nan Yuan was surprised. Your grandfather? Then how did you end up wandering outside? Bo's eyes turned red at the mention of this. It's that person, the one called Lu Yin. He's the one who captured me and controlled grandfather. How do you know? Nan Yuan asked. He didn't hide anything. He used me to threaten grandfather right in front of him. Nan Yuan looked at Bo's fierce gaze, his face full of hatred. He smiled in satisfaction. Then do you want to meet grandfather? Bo looked at Nan Yuan expectantly. Can I? Of course, good boy. You're the grandson of a director of the Hall of Honor and one of the most respected people in the universe. How could you be wandering outside and being controlled by someone else? Don't worry, I'll help you. Nan Yuan smiled, his eyes filled with excitement. The old woman stood in the distance and smiled when she heard this. Not long after, Xianxia headed towards the World Mountains. The sandstorms stopped and the mountains gradually became clearer. Bo's eyes lit up as he recognized this place. This was the World Mountains, the place where he had been born and grown up. It was also the place where he had fled. Now that he had returned, he was about to reunite with his grandfather. Nan Yuan sat on Xianxia with his back to Bo, a pleased expression on his face. With Bo, the three elders were now his people. Although they still couldn't compare to Lu Yin's advantages, they would definitely be useful at critical moments. He was lucky that one of his men had accidentally discovered this child and secretly brought him here. Lu Yin had lost because of his carelessness. In the topmost realm in the starry sky of trees, there was a mountain valley beneath a giant palm. At this moment, there were more than 1 million cultivators gathered within, and there were even more arriving outside. Brother Rong, you're here too? A figure was speeding through the forest and a surprised voice came from nearby. The figure stopped, revealing a young man. He looked into the distance and was overjoyed. Brother Wei? Hey, Brother Rong, I knew you'd come, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Brother Wei said excitedly. Of course. How could I miss out on something like wiping out the remnants of the Lu clan? Back in the day, one of our Rong clan's outstanding ancestors was appointed as a general by the Lu clan. That was a disgrace to our Rong clan, and we'll definitely get our revenge. Brother Rong gnashed his teeth. Brother Wei sighed. Yes, the Lu family has committed too many sins. The 4 cardinal scales used the white dragon to turn the tables and destroy the Lu family, but they never expected that bastard Zhou Xian to still be alive. He's even stirring up chaos in the heavens. This time we must cut him into 1,000 pieces as a sacrifice to our ancestors. The Lu family has committed too many sins. There are millions of cultivators here, and who doesn't hate the Lu family? Who doesn't want to personally kill Zhou Xian? Brother Rong said excitedly. As he spoke, Brother Rong's mind went blank. Someone had stepped on his head and half of his body was pressed into the ground. He didn't even have time to react. Only 3 words were left in the distance. Sorry. Brother Rong's mind went blank and it took him a while to recover. Brother Wei, what happened? Brother Wei's face twitched. I didn't see wrong. Someone stepped on you. Chapter 1920. Brother Rong was furious and jumped out of the ground. Who dares to step on me? It should be Xia Taili, Brother Wei said hesitantly. Brother Rong was startled. Xia Taili? The little princess of the Xia clan? Brother Wei nodded. Brother Rong was helpless. Since it was Xia Taili, there was nothing he could do. She was the little princess of the Xia clan. Not to mention her background, he was no match for her in a one-on-one fight. Brother Rong, look. Isn't that Xia Shenfei one of the 4 young ancestors? Brother Wei exclaimed. Brother Rong hurriedly raised his head. At this moment, not only him but all the cultivators in the valley looked up and saw 3 figures in the sky. They were Xia Shenfei, Wang Su and Long Tian. Of the 4 young ancestors, Bai Xiaohong had died, but the other 3 had been rescued and brought to the valley. I heard that Zhou Xian changed his name to Long Qi and ruthlessly tricked the 4 young ancestors in the sovereign realm. Not only did he kill Bai Xiaohong, but he also took everything from them. He's really ruthless, someone said. Yeah, although I hate the Lu clan, I have to say that Zhou Xian is really ruthless. The 4 young ancestors were like children in front of him. They were children in the first place. Zhou Xian was much older than them. That was the era of the 7 heroes, the same era as the fairy from the cold immortal sect. But I don't know how it ended up like this. Now that the 4 young ancestors have come out, they must be going for revenge. Oh right, who said they were stripped? What about Wang Su? Sure. Are you courting death? Above the valley, Long Tian looked grim. Xia Shenfei swayed his wine gourd and landed in a certain direction. Wang Su looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Outside the valley, a group of people appeared. The leader was Elder Shi Exin, and behind him was a large group of disciples from the cold immortal sect, including Yu Qin and Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge looked at the valley. Was it going to connect? A great battle was about to begin. Brother Lu, we're going to meet again. Yu Qin's eyes were cold. Bai Xiaohong's death had caused her status in the cold immortal sect to drop greatly. In the end, she was just a servant. Above, Old White Ghost and Wang Si met. Originally, the ancestor wanted to personally take action, but the little bastard broke through to the star emissary realm and the void overlapped. He actually had the support of the ancestor realm, so he could only give up. Let us go on an expedition and force the abandoned land to hand over the little bastard. This expedition is definitely not just for show. Your Wang clan should be prepared, Old White said. Wang Si's gaze was cold. I want to kill that little bastard even more than you do, but that's not the only reason we're here. The opening of the ancient burial ground contains an ancient inheritance, which is also our goal. I didn't think that the abandoned land would have such a strong foundation. Even the legendary ancestor's inheritance has appeared, but we still have to kill that little bastard first. Of course. In a corner of the call, Wang Dashuai's face was filled with sorrow. He was surrounded by people who were guarding him. He felt that his life was too bitter, especially when he met Long Qi. It was as if he had fallen into a cesspool. He might as well have stayed in the Yin Mountain district and fought with Mo Gaohe. Those days were wonderful and he missed Mo Gaohe. Could it be that their ancestral graves had been dug up? Wang Dashuai maliciously guessed. In any case, his ancestral grave was the Wang clan's ancestral grave. With a smack, Wang Yun slapped Wang Dashuai's head. What are you looking at, traitor? Wang Dashuai shrank back, not daring to talk back. When had he looked at her? It was a flat plain. Wang Yun snorted and looked towards the other side of the colonel. In another direction. The farmer's family and the Lu family actually sent people here. They must be secretly helping Lu Xiaoxian. I wonder if anyone from the Ghost Abyss has snuck in. Definitely, Wang Su's voice rang out. Wang Yun was shocked, but when he saw Wang Su he was delighted. Sister Su. Wang Su nodded. The farmer's family has people watching them, so we can use them to find Lu Xiaoxuan's location. She then looked at Wang Dashuai. You can also contribute. Lu Xiaoxuan's identity has been exposed, and no one is helping him in the abandoned land. Everyone wants to beat him up. If you can contribute, you can regain your freedom. Wang Dashuai was delighted. Really? Junior ancestor, don't worry. I'll definitely find that brat Long Qi. Wang Yun despised him. Lu Yin's figure suddenly appeared at the bottom of the river in the Neoverse. He had been cultivating in the time-stop space for almost a year, but only a second had passed in the outside world. Cultivating in reverse was not easy, and Lu Yin did not know how long progenitor Qin had been cultivating for. In any case, Lu Yin's gains during the past year were not that great. At most he had done slightly better than Qianzhou. If that was all, then there was no point in cultivating. Lu Yin wanted to be like progenitor Qin and reverse spacetime and break through the cognizant realm's cosmic evolution scripture. Progenitor Qin had been able to do that, but he had only been an enlighter. Lu Yin continued. He raised his head and tapped out a finger, causing the die to slowly spin before stopping at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had not taken out his cosmic ring before rolling the die. For the current him, rolling 6 pips was fine as well. Within the dark space, balls of light were either bright or dark. Lu Yin directly chose the brightest one and fused with it. He opened his eyes. Where was he? The Astral River Arc? The Astral River is spectacular, and it's not any worse than the Zhongping Sea. Lu Yin was stunned. The Zhongping Sea? He turned around and saw a familiar face. Big Sister Fei Hua? He had actually fused with Mr. Lu Ye's body? What's wrong? Sister Fei Hua asked gently as she caressed Mr. Lu Ye's face. Mr. Lu Ye's face twitched and he looked at the gentle Fei Hua. For a moment he could not accept this. Was this really that violent Fei Hua? It's nothing. I'm just a little tired, Mr. Lu Yi replied. Sister Fei Hua replied, that battle with that praying mantis was indeed too tiring, but there was nothing we could do about it. We've already agreed to the conditions for leaving the Realm Mountain, or else we wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. I just didn't think that the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to withstand the Astral Beast Domain's attack. That's unbelievable. Mr. Lu Yi did not speak, but memories continuously surged into his mind. They were all of Mr. Lu Ye's memories. Lu Yin saw some of Mr. Lu Ye's cultivation experiences and understood his emotions. He even saw scenes of him interacting with Sister Fei Hua, which made him feel uncomfortable. Those scenes were not suitable for others to see. He quickly retreated as he did not want to continue being lovey-dovey with Sister Fei Hua. I think that Lu Yin is a pretty good person. What do you think? Mr. Lu Yi asked Sister Fei Hua. Sister Fei Hua was stunned and she found it strange. Him? Not bad? Mr. Lu Yi answered seriously. Throughout the universe, who else is as amazing as him? Who else has such a bright future? Look, during the battle in the Outerverse, the Astral Beast Domain sent out dozens of envoys, and there were even experts with power levels of over 1,000,000, but they were still defeated by the Great Eastern Alliance led by Lu Yin. To be honest, there's no one in our universe who can compare to him. The fourth young ancestor relied on his sex background, but this Lu Yin came from an ordinary planet and reached this step in just a few decades. Even I respect him. Sister Fei Hua looked at Mr. Lu Ye's face with a strange expression. She could not help but touch his forehead. Are you sick? That kid is sinister and cunning and he's Kuei Luo's successor. How many things did he use us for? It wasn't easy for us to get rid of him. You're not thinking of continuing to rely on him, are you? Mr. Hui placed a hand on Sister Fei Hua's shoulder and had a serious expression on his face. Following someone like him will give you a bright future. Floey, you and I both know that we can't go back. Only by following Lu Yin will we be able to survive on the Fifth Mainland. Otherwise, we'll always be monitored by the Hall of Honor, and any mistakes we make will be magnified countless times. Why must we follow him? With our strength we can even live in seclusion. No one will be able to disturb us. Sister Fei Hua was dissatisfied. She looked at Mr. Lu Yi and felt that he had changed. She did not recognize him anymore and even his gaze was unfamiliar. Mr. Lu Yi frowned. This did not make sense. Anyway, I've decided to follow Lu Yin. Only by following him will we be able to return to our planet. Don't you want to go back? I want to go back, but no matter how powerful he is, he won't dare to come into contact with our planet. The 4 cardinal scales will take his life and they won't let us return. Right, that's enough. I'll make the decision, Mr. Lu Yi shouted and glared fiercely at Sister Fei Hua. His consciousness disappeared and he reappeared in that dark space before returning to his body. Lu Yin opened his eyes and exhaled. He wondered what the effects of what he had said to Mr. Lu Yi had been like. Had he been beaten up by Sister Fei Hua? Whatever, it had nothing to do with him, and he had also helped Mr. Lu Yi establish his position as a husband. In his memories, Mr. Lu Yi seemed to listen to Sister Fei Hua on many matters. However, there was a place in Mr. Lu Ye's memories that he was very concerned about: the Ghost Abyss. The Ghost Abyss was the Spectre clan of the Astral Tree realm. Its location was very well hidden and only a few great powers knew about it. Ordinary cultivators did not even have the qualifications to know where the Ghost Abyss was. Mr. Lu Yi and Sister Fei Hua had entered the Ghost Abyss before. Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. He ignored them and continued to cultivate. He tapped out with his finger and the die slowly spun until it showed 6 pips. Lu Yin was stunned. 6 pips in a row? It had almost never appeared before. His consciousness reappeared in the dark space, and he did not hesitate to enter a brighter ball of light. As his vision cleared, he found himself in front of a pond. This pond looked very familiar. Wasn't this the pond in the Sword Sect? Memories flooded in, and Lu Yin was speechless to find that he had actually fused into Lu Qinjue's body. Lu Qinjue's power level was similar to Lu Yi and Fei Hua's, and with Lu Yin's current strength, these balls of light were more suitable for him. The fishing rod moved and Lu Qinjue subconsciously pulled it out. It was a strange creature that resembled a frog, but it had dark green eyes and looked very vicious. Sect Master, the entire sect's recognition of the Great Eastern Alliance has greatly increased. Many disciples died in the Outerverse War, but many others made breakthroughs as well. Even elder Xianxia is showing signs of breaking through, and it's said that she's about to undergo her second origin tribulation, Elderly reported respectfully from behind. Lu Qianju replied, "The mortal arena is a place where one can quickly build relationships. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging the Great Eastern Alliance." Elderly was stunned and he stared at Lu Qianju's back in confusion. Didn't the sect master hold a grudge against the Great Eastern Alliance? Why did he acknowledge it so much? Chapter 1921. Lu Qianju tossed the ferocious blue-eyed frog away and calmly said, "Immediately draft a list of outstanding disciples and hand it over to the Great Eastern Alliance." Following the conclusion of the Outerverse War, the Great Eastern Alliance not only managed to fend off the Astral Beast Domain's invasion, but they also managed to take back a territory in the east from the Sixth Mainland. With dozens of envoys following him, there's nothing that can stop Lu Yin's footsteps. Since that's the case, my sword sect cannot fall behind. Notify the entire sect that from today onwards, I will be a disciple of the sword sect of the Great Eastern Alliance. I will add the words Great Eastern Alliance to my name. Elderly was stunned. Sect leader, this. Lu Qianju turned around and stared at Elderly. His terrifying aura immediately pressed Elderly to the ground. What's wrong? You're not listening to me? Elderly half knelt on the ground, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. I wouldn't dare. This disciple will take care of it now. Lu Qianju nodded in satisfaction. Tell Xianxia that she can leave the sword sect if she doesn't want to join the Great Eastern Alliance. No one will spoil her. After speaking, Lu Yin's consciousness withdrew from the fusion and returned to his body. At this moment, Elderly was probably stunned. If he really did as Lu Yin had said, then the entire sword sect would be stunned. No, the entire Innerverse would be stunned, especially Elderly and Exin. The sword sect had clearly joined the Innerverse, but she still wanted to become independent. 2 fusions of 6 points had consumed a total of 100 million star essence. To be honest, it was not bad since they had both been fused within the Innerverse. If they had been fused within the Cosmic Tree domain, then the consumption would have been even greater. He sat at the bottom of the river and rested for 10 days before continuing to roll the die. 4 pips. This pip was very easy to get, second only to 1 pip. He entered the time-stop space once more, but he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to roll his die as he thought of something that he needed to improve. The pill skin that the medicine Immortal had given him was said to be able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000. He didn't have any defensive items on him right now, and he would be in danger if he encountered a powerful enemy. With his current strength, only experts with a power level of 1,000,000 would be able to deal with him. As long as he entered the time-stop space, he would definitely be able to roll 3 pips. The first time at 5 o'clock it was useless. The second time it was still useless. Lu Yin had originally not planned on using it since he had already finished dissecting everything in Ironwood City. But then he suddenly recalled something: the metal from the 10,000 Beasts cage. Legend had it that this strange metal had once brought disaster to the Fourth Mainland. He wondered if he could break it down into something. When he thought of this, he retrieved a fragment from his cosmic ring. Lu Yin had asked the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland to gather a large amount for him. He stored a batch in his cosmic ring, stored another batch in Frostwave Weave, and sent another batch to Eben City. Eben City was very concerned about this. Since it was metal, then it could be decomposed. Lu Yin took out a piece of metal and placed it into the decomposing whirlpool. The metal fell to the ground with a clang, indicating that it had not been decomposed. This was the first time the decomposition vortex had failed. Either it wasn't metal and couldn't be decomposed, or it was metal in its most fundamental state and couldn't be decomposed. Was this thing made of metal? He looked at the myriad beast cage in his hand. If he couldn't break it down, then what about upgrading it? He rested for 10 days in the time-stop space before rolling his die once more. This time it was a smooth roll as he rolled enhance. Lu Yin took out the pill skin and placed it on the screen. He didn't know whether or not it could be upgraded, but as he thought about it, he madly tossed out star essence. Even if something like this could be upgraded, the cost would be astronomical. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million star crystals. The marrow was constantly being consumed and the pill skin decreased. Although it didn't seem like much, as long as it decreased, it meant that it could be upgraded. Lu Yin did some calculations, and based on the current decrease he would need at least 4 billion star essence to completely upgrade it. That was an astronomical figure. The further he went, the more precious the items would be, and the more resources he would need to upgrade it. 4 billion star essence was not unacceptable for an item with a power level of 1,000,000, and Lu Yin no longer hesitated. In any case, he had nearly 30 billion star essence on him, and he could still transfer them from the Mavis Bank, so he wasn't short on money for the time being. 4 billion star essence was consumed and the pill skin fell to the ground. Lu Yin picked it up and applied some force, but it didn't leave a mark. The pill skin had been able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000 before it had been upgraded, and now it was even higher than before. It wasn't something that Lu Yin could break through. A power level of 1,000,000 was a threshold, and it was even more dangerous to cross than breaking through to become an emissary. The pill skin should still be able to be upgraded, so Lu Yin placed it back on top of the pill skin. He used up more than 7 billion star essence this time, which added up to nearly 12 billion star essence. The pill skin had become slightly thicker, but its style was too ugly and it looked like a raincoat. Lu Yin didn't know if it could be upgraded again, so he put it away for now. He then placed the piece of metal from the myriad beast's cage on top of the pill skin and started tossing in star essence, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. The metal from the myriad beast's cage could be upgraded, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he threw in more star essence without hesitation. 200 million star essence was spent, and the metal from the myriad beast's cage had only been upgraded once. There wasn't much change after the upgrade, and it had only grown a little longer. To be honest, Lu Yin didn't expect this thing to be of much help to him. He was just curious, and he wanted to see what this thing that had once brought disaster to the fourth mainland looked like. The myriad beast cage was definitely not its true form. He continued upgrading it. The second upgrade for 100 million star essence. The third upgrade, 800 million star essence. The fourth upgrade 5 billion star essence. The fifth upgrade 2 billion star essence. With each upgrade, the piece of metal grew a little longer. When the fifth upgrade ended, the metal suddenly twisted and connected head to tail, forming a circle that emitted a dark light. Lu Yin watched quietly, and at that moment he felt as if he was looking at life instead of metal. The metal from the myriad beast's cage suddenly leapt up and flew towards Lu Yin. He raised a hand and grabbed it, feeling a slight prickling pain in his palm. He looked at it and saw that there were many spikes protruding from the metal's surface that were trying to pierce through his palm. However, Lu Yin's physical strength was too strong, and the metal couldn't pierce through his palm at all. Still, he felt a slight prickling pain, which meant that the metal's sharpness was close to that of an envoy. It was said that this metal could increase its size and hardness by devouring flesh. Even the celestial imprint would find it difficult to destroy something as large as the myriad beast's cage. It was rumored that the metal that had brought disaster to the fourth mainland had been half the size of the outerverse, and it had only been resolved by a progenitor. This was what Mavis had said, and it had come from the ancient records of the Mavis family. Lu Yin didn't know if it was true or not. However, looking at the metal's posture, it seemed as if it wanted to devour his flesh. This was a disaster, and Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He wanted to destroy it, but then he thought of something and his lips curled up. If this metal could bring disaster to the fourth mainland, then it could also bring disaster to others. It all depended on how it was used. Furthermore, he had spent 6 billion star essence to upgrade this metal, so it would be a waste to destroy it just like that. Lu Yin put away the metal. Lu Yin checked his cosmic ring and his expression turned ugly. He had used up more than half of his star essence to upgrade just 2 items, and there were still 10 billion star essence left in the ring. At his current level, it wasn't enough for him to do anything. He needed to find a bigger cosmic ring and obtain more resources. The more the better. He discovered that even though he had broken through to the next level of star energy, his need for star essence had not decreased at all. In fact, it had increased to an exaggerated extent. After upgrading what he needed, Lu Yin continued to cultivate the inverse step. The might of progenitor Chen's clone's inverse step fascinated Lu Yin. After cultivating in the time-stop space for nearly a year, Lu Yin rolled his die and continued cultivating. For more than half a month, Lu Yin rolled his die and he rolled the time-stop space 5 times. He was rarely this crazy, and it was all because of the inverse step. 5 time-stop space meant that he had been cultivating for nearly 5 years. Lu Yin's current inverse step's power far surpassed Qian Zhou's, and it had already reached the level of disrupting the void. It was comparable to Progenitor Chen's peak in lighter power, but everyone's understanding of battle techniques was different. Lu Yin did not know if there were any differences between his own inverse step and Progenitor Chen's. He carefully recalled the effects of Progenitor Chen's inverse step during his origin tribulation. Right, he had forgotten. There was also the wisdom root. Although it was fake, it could allow him to clear his mind. Lu Yin drank a cup of wisdom root tea and carefully recalled his memories. Now that he had cultivated the inverse step and had experienced it before, his understanding of it was completely different from before. Lu Yin closed his eyes and recalled the time when he had undergone his origin tribulation. The first time he had seen Progenitor Chen use the inverse step to approach him, he had felt as if he had not just disrupted the void. Everything around him had changed, whether it was space or time. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Time? Yes, it was time. The Ian flow scripture was very mystical, and it was extremely difficult to rely on normal methods to break through to the knowing nirvana realm. However, Progenitor Chen's inverse step had not only nullified space, but it had also disrupted time and interrupted the knowing nirvana realm. Time was something that everyone knew existed, but it could not be touched or changed. It was a kind of mighty force and who could control time. Wendy Yushan's innate gift was time reversal, which actually involved time. Back during the Sovereign Tournament, she had been able to break through Zi's life origin chi. At that time, the difference between them had been like the heavens. This was time, and divination was also connected to time. Everyone wanted to grasp the power of time, and inverse step meant that one could touch the power of time. Progenitor Chen had been able to cultivate the inverse step to such an extent when he was only a peak in lighter? How long had he been cultivating? No, he had to continue cultivating. 5 years were not enough, then 10. If 10 years were not enough, then 20. Lu Yin did not believe that he could not do it. Progenitor Chen's innate gift was top-notch, but he had relied on the strength of his 9 clones to cultivate the inverse step. Without the 9 clones technique, Lu Yin did not believe that Progenitor Chen would have been able to reach such a level when he was still an enlighter. The 9 clones technique was the same as Lu Yin's time-stop space. They were both cheating tools in the cultivation world. Lu Yin was about to continue rolling his die when he suddenly recalled the matter with the Board of Governors. This was a hidden space, so he could not receive any information from the outside world. Lu Yin left the hidden space and went to the meteorite. He opened his gadget and found that many people were contacting him. More importantly, Big Sis had clashed with Nan Yuan. While Lu Yin was cultivating the inverse step, Big Sis Lei Qingqing had arrived at World Mountain. Chapter 1922. She had promised Lu Yin that she would become a director, especially since she wanted to walk a different path of robbery and surpass the Pirate King. She was full of expectations for the World Mountain. However, she met Nan Yuan the moment she arrived. Lu Yin had suggested that Lei Qingqing take over as a director, and Nan Yuan had opposed it. He hadn't been clear about Lei Qingqing's identity at the time, but now he did. When he saw Big Sis enter the World Mountain, Nan Yuan naturally mocked her. From what he knew, everyone was someone with status. Although they schemed against each other and tried to harm each other, they still maintained their poise and worked hard behind the scenes. However, he was wrong. Big Sis was not an ordinary person. She was one of the captains of Leon's armada and someone who worshipped the Pirate King. She wanted to become the next Pirate King, so how could she allow others to mock her? Thus she had attacked and killed Nan Yuan. If not for the World Mountain's guards, Nan Yuan would have been in danger. No one had expected Big Sis to be so hot-tempered. This was the World Mountain and she attacked as she pleased. She wasn't even an invincible upper sage. Although Nan Yuan did not die, he was not lightly beaten. All of his teeth had fallen out and he had lost all face as a director. He had met a madman like this and all he had done was ridicule. If he didn't like it, he could have just scolded her back. Why did he have to attack her? This made him furious and he began to madly retaliate. He directly mobilized the World Mountain's guards to imprison Big Sis. Big Sis was not someone to be trifled with. Not only did she have Lu Yin behind her, but she also had Everlasting Island behind her. Nan Yuan had the 7 courts behind him, so how could he allow himself to be humiliated like this? He immediately called for a board meeting to punish Big Sis. After all, she was a director. No matter who that person was, it would be a loss of face for the Hall of Honor if a dignified director was beaten up. They could not refute this, as many people had seen Big Sis beating up Nan Yuan's director. Thus, they all fell ill and their condition was even worse than the last time. It was said that they were on their last breaths. Nan Yuan was furious and it was clear that he wanted to stall for time. However, as a fellow director he could not force Big Sis to attend a meeting while sick. He had no choice but to imprison her. At the same time he threatened that if she did not give him an explanation he would not let her go even if he had to use his only authority as a director. Big Sis had beaten up Nan Yuan's director in front of everyone. Otherwise he would not be able to answer to the board and it would affect the board's prestige. Zijing Yangji and Si Hong wouldn't help Lu Yin either since he had caused too much trouble. Lu Yin was speechless. Big Sis's fiery temper was unparalleled and Nan Yuan was really unlucky. He could have provoked anyone but he just had to provoke Big Sis. If he wasn't lucky he would have been dead by now. The various directors contacted Lu Yin, and Nan Yuan sent him more than 10 messages, urging him to head to Jiashan for a meeting. Lu Yin contacted Sanliang. Alliance Master, you finally appeared. That's great. Sanliang heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin asked, how is it? Is Lei Qingqing all right? She's fine. She's being watched by the guards of World Mountain. Although she doesn't have freedom she's eating and drinking well. However boss, this big sister is too vicious. You didn't see how badly Nan Yuan was beaten. If it wasn't for his good luck he really would have died. As a director she had to be gentlemanly and resourceful, not barbaric. This woman was not suitable to be a director. That's none of your business. She's my senior so call her Big Sis when you see her in the future. The three of them were stunned. What kind of a dress was that? There was such a name in Jia Mountain? He wanted to refuse but after thinking about it he did not dare to. He had not dared to go against Lu Yin in the past and he was even more afraid now. The battle between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain had shaken the Fifth Mainland, and Lu Yin had the strength to challenge the Astral Beast Domain. In the human domain even the Sirius sect might not be his match. Yes, Alliance Master, Sanliang answered. Then what should we do about Big Sis? I know what to do, Lu Yin said and ended the call. After thinking about it he contacted Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan was currently in a good mood. He had been furious when he had been beaten up, but he had reacted afterward. Now that something like this had happened, how could Lei Qingqing continue to be a director? Even if Lu Yin had 1,000 methods he would not be able to support her. Not only that but he could also use this woman to do something. No one would believe that such a violent woman was not a pirate. Just as he was thinking about it his gadget rang. Nan Yuan glanced at it, raised his brows and smiled proudly. Director Lu, long time no see. Director Nan Yuan, I heard that you were beaten up? Lu Yin asked, sounding surprised. Nan Yuan sneered. Director Lu, you still don't know? It's that Lei Qingqing that you recommended. She's practically a bandit and she attacked after just a few sentences. What do you think of this, Director Lu? Lu Yin blinked. What else can I think of? What a pity. Nan Yuan smiled. That's right. Director Lu, it's a pity that the good director that you found turned out to be such a person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that it's a pity that you weren't beaten to death. Nan Yuan's expression changed and he gloomily said, actually I feel that it's a pity as well. I thought that you would have been devoured by those beasts in the Outerverse. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you. You'd better swallow the matter with Lei Qingqing, or else you won't have a good ending, Lu Yin threatened. Nan Yuan sneered. Lu Yin, you were too arrogant during the battle with the Astral Beast Domain. Do you really think that you can resist my 7 courts just because you can stop the Astral Beast Domain? During the battle with the Astral Beast Domain, the Sirius sect, the Mavis family, and even the Hall of Honor sent experts to support you. Do you really think that you relied on your own strength? My 7 courts don't care about your Great Eastern Alliance. Try me. When we get to the Realm Mountain I hope to hear that Lei Qingqing is safe and sound. Otherwise you'll know the consequences. Lu Yin then ended the call and his smile became even more obvious. Nan Yuan should be furious by now. At the Realm Mountain Nan Yuan was enraged and he smashed a table to pieces. Lu Yin, you've gone too far. You beat me up in front of everyone and you still want me to swallow my anger? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? I'd like to see how you'll protect Lei Qingqing. He then looked towards the courtyard where Bo was walking over. Nan Yuan's expression changed and he smiled. Lu Yin, you don't have the final say in the board of directors. Now that something like this had happened, San Liang and the others could only pretend to be sick for a short while. Lu Yin had no choice but to head to the Realm Mountain. This trip wasn't just for the board of directors. He also wanted to see Elder Chan's attitude. During his origin tribulation, the void had overlapped, and the 4 cardinal scales killing intent towards him had reached its peak. War would soon arrive, and it would be even more dangerous than the battle with the astral beast domain. Elder Chan's attitude was crucial. Under the second Night King's guidance, Lu Yin reached the Realm Mountain as quickly as possible. When Lu Yin arrived, San Liang and the others recovered from their illnesses, and the board of directors convened as usual. This was Lu Yin's second time attending a board of directors meeting at the Realm Mountain. The previous time had also been because Nan Yuan had wanted to support Lu Yin. Yi Wang was one of the directors, so Lu Yin had no choice but to attend. Both times had been because of Nan Yuan, and there would not be a third time. The directors took their seats one by one, and Lu Yin was the last to arrive. Lu Yin entered. The atmosphere was rather solemn. Zijing was the first to speak. Alliance Master Lu, congratulations on your great victory in the Outerverse War. Not only did you force the Astral Beast domain to retreat, but you also successfully took back a weave in the east. Lu Yin smiled. Many thanks, and I'd also like to thank the Interplanetary Network for their help in this war. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken the initiative to take over the war against the Astral Beast domain, and countless people had cursed them on the internet. Many of the comments had been blocked by the Interplanetary Network, or else public opinion would have been unfavorable to Lu Yin. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had won, the internet was filled with praise, and it was all thanks to the Interplanetary Network. Zijing smiled. It's only right. The Great Eastern Alliance fought to the death for the people of the Outerverse. We didn't participate in the battlefield, so we can only do what we can. Lu Yin replied, the Interplanetary Network has helped us a lot, and it's better than having some people drag us down. San Liang cooperatively looked at Nan Yuan, and then all of the directors looked at Nan Yuan as well. Nan Yuan's expression turned ugly. What were they looking at him for? He hadn't dragged them down at all, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He couldn't influence the Great Eastern Alliance. All right, let's cut to the chase, Nan Yuan said. Just as he was about to say something, San Liang suddenly said, I propose that Nan Yuan be removed from his position as a director. Nan Yuan was stunned, and so were Zijing, Yangji, Si Hong and the other directors. They hadn't known about this at all. Nan Yuan reacted as he had been interrupted again. Every time it was San Liang. He glared at San Liang. What did you say? Remove me? San Liang? Are you crazy? Third Elder spoke up. Director San Liang, there must be a reason for removing another director for no reason. You interrupted Director Nan Yuan, and now you want to remove Nan Yuan for no reason. If there isn't a reasonable reason, then I will not allow this to happen. I will definitely hold you accountable. Xianxia frowned. Why was Third Elder suddenly speaking up for Nan Yuan? San Liang raised his head and looked at Nan Yuan solemnly. Of course there is a reason for removing Nan Yuan from his position. The reason is very simple. Director Nan Yuan is suspected of kidnapping Third Elder's grandson and using that to control Third Elder and monopolize the board. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yin shouted, Nan Yuan, you dare to monopolize the board? Nan Yuan's mind was in chaos. How did San Liang know about this? Xianxia first looked at Nan Yuan, then at Lu Yin. Both of them were Lu Yin's subordinates, and everyone knew that this matter had been instigated by Lu Yin. It was a pity that he had acted so righteous and awe-inspiring. Moreover, the words domination board sounded strange coming from his mouth. She then looked at Third Elder, and the other directors all looked at him as well. Third Elder frowned and looked at San Liang in confusion. It was as if he was wondering how San Liang had known. San Liang, don't slander me, Nan Yuan shouted. If this matter was proven true, then he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his position as a director. San Liang calmly raised his gadget and a screen appeared in the air. Everyone looked at it. The scene on the screen wasn't unfamiliar. It was Nan Yuan's courtyard. Nan Yuan's expression changed and he suddenly stood up. San Liang, you dare to spy on me? San Liang smiled. No, but ever since I found out that you kidnapped Third Elder's grandson, I've been paying special attention to you. Chapter 1923. You're spouting nonsense. Nan Yuan's expression turned ugly after hearing San Liang's words. Just as he was about to say something else, the originally peaceful courtyard suddenly changed on the screen. Multiple figures charged in and started a fierce battle with the cultivators guarding Nan Yuan's courtyard, destroying the house in the blink of an eye. Nan Yuan's eyes went wide and he was furious, but he did not do anything. He could not do anything on the board. Bo was quickly discovered, and at the same time, the guards of Realm Mountain appeared and captured everyone who had attacked Nan Yuan's residence. Nan Yuan quickly received the news, but at this moment he did not have the time to care about the courtyard. Director Nan Yuan, please explain why Third Elder's grandson is with you, San Liang said with a faint smile as he looked at Nan Yuan. Third Elder's eyes reddened, and there was exhaustion and regret in the depths of his gaze. He regretted becoming a director 3 times, regretting that he had pursued power, which had led to the destruction of his family. Times had changed, and in the past no one had dared to offend a director. A single word from him could change the structure of a vast region in the universe, and a single word from him could strike fear into the hearts of even envoys. As he walked the universe, no one dared to disrespect him. This had caused him to lose himself, and he had become intoxicated with power. Relying on his prestige, he had ascended to the position of director time and time again. No one had held the position more than him, and he had created history for the board. However, times had changed. The 6th mainland had casually sent someone to control him, and then he had been controlled by a junior like Lu Yin. He had even used this to counter Nan Yuan. He was truly tired and did not want to participate in these matters. He just wanted to enjoy his old age with his grandson. Under San Liang's gaze, Nan Yuan stared at Third Elder. I'm not the one who kidnapped Third Elder's grandson. It was Lu Yin. He kidnapped the child. He suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Yin. You kidnapped the child and used it to control Third Elder. I saved him and gave him a good living environment. Lu Yin did not answer, as this person was no longer of any value. Director Nan Yuan, you say that Director Lu kidnapped the child. Do you have any proof? Also, since you saved the child, why didn't you send him back to Third Elder? Why did you keep him for yourself? Bulao asked slowly. Nan Yuan answered in a low voice. Lu Yin's methods are sinister. I was afraid that he would kidnap the child again if I sent him back, so I could only leave him with me. I've already told Third Elder about this. Everyone looked at Third Elder. The old man took a deep breath. His face was weary, but there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Bo hadn't died, so he had a reason to live. The director of Nan Yuan did contact me, said the old man. Nan Yuan's expression relaxed. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and he even lowered his head to open his gadget and check the current news. However, he didn't contact me to protect Bo as he said. Instead, he wanted me to support his proposal unconditionally during the board meeting, the old man said slowly. The corners of San Liang's mouth curled up. Nan Yuan's pupils shrank and he shouted, Third Elder, what nonsense are you spouting? The Third Elder sighed. Nan Yuan, you and I have worked together for a while, but your methods are worthy of the 7 courts. You tried to use Bo to control me, but I had no choice but to beg the Third Elder to help me rescue Bo. You were the one who kidnapped Bo from the very beginning. Nan Yuan's body swayed and he felt dizzy. At that moment, Bo trembled as he answered the World Mountains Guard's question. It's the director of Nan Yuan who killed my parents and kidnapped me. He even used me to control my grandfather. I beg you, please save me. Save my grandfather. Nan Yuan stared blankly at the screen, watching Bo's tearful voice. Anyone would have believed his words. It was over. Everything was over. Kidnapping a director's family to control the director and monopolize the board was a great taboo. There was no way he could continue to stay on the board. Even if he wasn't severely punished because he was from the 7 courts, he wouldn't have a good ending if he returned to the 7 courts. He was too stupid. Yes, too stupid. Nan Yuan had lost all his strength, and his ferocious claws had all been broken the moment Third Elder had pointed him out. This had all been a scam from beginning to end. Some time ago, news of Bo had suddenly reached him, and it had come from the information network he had set up himself. When he had heard about Bo, he had become excited. Controlling a director would increase his authority in the board. Not only would his status rise, but it would also increase his influence in the 7 courts. Most importantly, he had been the one to save Bo, and Third Elder's transformation had nothing to do with him. He had saved Bo and allowed Bo to meet with Third Elder, earning his gratitude. Using this to control this director had been too easy. However, he had never thought that he would fall into someone else's trap. Bo had been bait and he had excitedly swallowed it. In the end, he had become someone else's fish. Bo had been real and Third Elder's transformation had been real as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fool him. However, this had been a trap within a trap and he had only seen the surface. Regardless of whether it was Nan Yuan or Third Elder, they were all pawns. Even if Bo had been rescued, Third Elder was still a pawn of the person who had set this trap. Nan Yuan looked at Lu Yin but the latter ignored him. This clown no longer existed in Nan Yuan's eyes. Nan Yuan, what else do you have to say? San Liang's expression changed and he sternly glared at Nan Yuan. Exin Jiao could not help but look at Lu Yin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Nan Yuan had been tricked. But who would help him? There was no one to help him and the evidence was conclusive. Nan Yuan's path as a director had come to an end. Lu Yin was becoming more and more unfathomable. Nan Yuan smiled bitterly and could not help but applaud. Brilliant, truly brilliant. You easily took down a director. You truly live up to your reputation as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. Lu Yin looked up and met Nan Yuan's gaze. What does that have to do with me? Nan Yuan raised his head and exhaled. I lost. Blame me for being too stupid. But Alliance Leader Lu, don't forget that even if I'm gone, this seat won't belong to your people. There will always be someone from the 7 courts here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and the guards from the Realm Mountain entered and escorted Nan Yuan away. Not only had he been removed from his position, but he had also been punished. Although the punishment would not be too severe due to his status in the 7 courts, he would still be locked up. Alliance Leader Lu, you're in charge of the board. Aren't you afraid that others will say that you cover the sky with one hand? Do you really think that this region of space can bear the surname, Lu? Nan Yuan's voice gradually faded away. Many people heard his words and they all looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. This region of space could bear the surname Lu? They had never considered this possibility before, but now it seemed to be getting closer and closer. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse and Outerverse, and they had taken over the war against the Astral Beast domain. Dozens of envoys had participated in the war, and Lu Yin himself had become a director. He controlled the board and could easily decide the fate of the other directors. The board had always been responsible for deciding the matters of the human domain, both big and small. Could rule on any power, big or small, and change the situation. To a certain extent, it could even influence Elder Chan's judgment. Lu Yin controlled the board, which was the same as controlling the Hall of Honor's external decisions. He had the title and he also had the power. The Cosmic Sea. This was not an obstacle to him, but once the Great Eastern Alliance entered the Neoverse, who would be able to stop them? Was this region of space still far from the Lu surname? There were some things that one was not afraid of doing, but one was afraid of thinking about them. The more one thought about them, the scarier and more horrifying they became. Lu Yin had not expected Nan Yuan to make such a move before he left. Coupled with the director's sorrowful condemnation, it was easy for people to make many connections. The atmosphere was a little silent. At this moment there was some movement outside the door. The door was pushed open and Big Sis walked in. Due to her cultivation technique, Big Sis often changed, and Lu Yin was very apprehensive as he did not know what she had become. When Lu Yin saw Big Sis, he relaxed. Fortunately, she still looked normal. He hurriedly stood up and gave her a fawning smile. Sis, you're here. The others were stunned as they had never seen Lu Yin like this before. Big Sis snorted. Hypocrite, stop pretending in front of me. Where's that Nan Yuan? He was taken away and locked up. He's in a miserable state, Lu Yin said. Big Sis coldly replied, he got off too easy. Then, under the stunned gazes of the other directors, she kicked the chair that Nan Yuan had been sitting in. Change to another one. It's dirty. San Liang hurriedly stood up and shouted, change to another chair. He was very perceptive. Not long after, Big Sis sat down in Nan Yuan's seat, and her gaze swept across the crowd. It looks like I'm the new director? Does anyone object? Zijing pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Ji and the others were speechless. The directors were all decided after a vote, and no candidate would come forward to ask about it. However, this Big Sis aura was quite fierce. Lu Yin smiled. Of course no one objects. Sis, from now on you're a director. Big Sis raised her brows and waved her hand. Alright, leave this place to me from now on. You do what you need to do, I'll take care of it. Lu Yin. Big Sis's addition changed the style of the board. No one knew whether it was good or bad and Lu Yin did not care. He left halfway through the meeting because Big Sis had brought with her more than 80 suggestions. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he heard them, as he had not expected Big Sis to be so well prepared. The other directors were stunned as well. Who had brought so many topics in one go? 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough. Lu Yin was tacitly agreed to be on Big Sis's side, so he was chased out. When the door closed, the board was no longer the same as before. Becoming an emissary would not only increase one's power level, but it would also affect one's ability to lock break. Logically speaking, with an emissary's ability to control astral sources, they should be able to break down and nullify star energy. However, if it were that simple, then every emissary would be a lockbreaker. After Lu Yin left the board, he headed straight to the lockbreaker realm to find out more about the emissary lockbreaking situation. However, when he arrived, he discovered that not a single boundless advanced lockbreaker was present, and President Xiaoming was not there either. After asking around, he learned that these powerful lockbreakers had left during the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain and had not returned since. Lu Yin left the lockbreaker realm and wanted to go to the Arbiter realm to see his senior brother. He hoped that the Arbiter was not in seclusion. Before he could get far, the void in front of him distorted and a figure walked out. Lu Yin was surprised. Elder Chan. You have time? Let's chat? Elder Chan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin respectfully replied, this junior would be more than happy to chat with senior. Elder Chan laughed and brought Lu Yin to the peak of Realm Mountain. From here he could not see anything because it was too high up and all he could see was a vast expanse of white. Chapter 1924. If you had been the one to decide who the 6th mainland would belong to, what would you have done? Elder Chan's back was to Lu Yin as he stared at the endless expanse of white. Lu Yin did not understand. I don't understand. Elder Chan returned to his senses, and a stone protruded from the ground to form a chessboard. Do you know how to play? Not really, Lu Yin replied. I can't compare to you, senior. Elder Chan sat down cross-legged without a care for his image. He casually took out a piece and placed it on the board. Then play as you wish. Lu Yin sat down as well and placed a piece. Back then, Ancestor Hui schemed and caused the 6th mainland to be destroyed by the Eternals. However, even the most perfect plan had flaws, or rather, mistakes. The Starfall Sea had a passage connecting the 6th and 5th mainlands, but the 3 ancestors threatened us, and we had no choice but to give the Outerverse to the 6th mainland. Now that I think about it, there might have been another way. What would you have done? Elder Chan placed a piece. This was Go, and a few simple moves were enough to determine the winner. Lu Yin did not understand the art of Go, but he was still a cultivator and it was normal for him to calculate thousands of moves in an instant. Actually, Go was meaningless to cultivators like him, as winning depended not only on the art of Go, but also on mental calculations. If it were me, I would be more willing to give the technocracy to the 6th mainland, Lu Yin said. He had considered this before as he had always viewed the Outerverse as his own territory, and he had never given up on chasing the 6th mainland away. If he wanted to chase the 6th mainland away, the technocracy would be his first choice as the Astral Beast Domain was too far away. Elder Chan was not surprised as the 5th mainland could only offer a few options. The technocracy won't allow the 6th mainland to enter, so why should we chase them away? The 6th mainland has the 3 ancestors and any one of them can easily take over the Outerverse or even the Cosmic Sea, so why would they agree to take over the Outerverse? They must have some misgivings, and since they have misgivings we can do whatever we want. The technocracy has been at war with the human domain for so many years, and I know that the half-ancestors have misgivings about the technocracy. However, if several half-ancestors move together, they might have the power to sweep through half of the technocracy. Half of the technocracy should be enough, Lu Yin said. His gaze was fixed on the chessboard as he placed a piece. You've experienced the power of the technocracy. Even if the 7 half-ancestors of the human domain come together, they still can't do anything, Elder Chan said helplessly. Lu Yin looked up. Aren't the 6th mainland's 3 progenitors? Elder Chan's hand, which had been about to place a piece, paused in mid-air. He looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. You want to use them as well? Lu Yin smiled. Let's see who can keep their composure and who has more confidence. We can't afford to gamble, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin nodded. Is that why you're asking me? Elder Chan sighed. I'm getting old. Young people are better at taking risks. Lu Yin replied seriously, but protecting humans does require caution. You're right, senior. Elder Chan looked at the chessboard. The chess pieces were all arranged, but there was no clear winner. The fifth mainland is like this chess game. It seems stable, but there are too many hidden dangers. The more stable it is, the more difficult it is to expose it. Lu Yin still didn't understand the purpose of this conversation. Senior wants me to find out about these dangers? Elder Chan shook his head. We can only wait passively. The Seven Heavens also has a Bai Wuxian, a half-martial ancestor who is hiding in the human domain. We have no idea what her identity is or where she is. We only know that her methods are strange and that she can cut in from angles that ordinary people cannot see. For example, the astral beast domain's invasion. Fight. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That cultivator from the sixth mainland called Curly Beard is a human traitor? Elder Chan replied, that's Bai Wuxian's method and she has more than one method. Lu Yin, with your status, you have the right to know the secrets of the human domain. I can tell you that there's a certain danger in a certain place. You've been to the Lockbreaker realm before and Xiaoming and the others went there. That place used to be very safe, but Bai Wuxian has her eyes on it. If it's destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. With Xiaoming overseeing it, it can be stabilized for now. However, we might need your help in the future since you're a lockbreaker as well. Where? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan muttered to himself for a moment. I can't say for sure. We'll know when we see it. It'll be too late by the time I see it, Lu Yin guessed. Elder Chan was helpless. I'm a protector, but I'm not a beacon for humanity. Work hard. The cosmic tree domain is also a part of the fifth mainland, and perhaps you'll be its leader in the future. Lu Yin could hear the bitterness and helplessness in Elder Chan's tone. He had protected the human domain for too many years, but he had become increasingly confused. He did not know if he was doing the right thing, especially when Lu Yin had appeared. Lu Yin had unified the innerverse and outerverse in a short period of time, and he had even taken over an unwinnable war despite everyone's disapproval. In the end, not only had he protected the eastern weaves of the outerverse, but he had also taken over the eastern weaves from the sixth mainland. Before this, Elder Chan had never believed that he could do such a thing. Lu Yin had established the Great Eastern Alliance, taken control of the board, defeated the astral beast domain, and forced the sixth mainland into submission. All of these things had caused Elder Chan to doubt his own decisions. He could not deny that he was qualified to be a protector, but that did not mean that he could become a beacon for humanity. This was why Elder Chan had spoken at the beginning. He wanted to know the difference between himself and Lu Yin, and the result was that there was a huge difference. No one could tell who was right and who was wrong. Only time would tell. Lu Yin had taken the initiative to take over the astral beast domain's war and protect the ordinary people of the outerverse. This had completely changed Elder Chan's opinion of Lu Yin, and he no longer stuck to Lu Yin's identity as Zhou Xian. Although he would not fully support Lu Yin just because he had won a war, he would at least observe and give Lu Yin time. What Lu Yin lacked was time. As long as he had time, he could take over this region of space. Aside from talking to you, there's also something else. I've found the Eternal Kingdom, Elder Chan said as he placed his piece down. Lu Yin was shocked. The Eternal Kingdom? The Neoverse Eternal Kingdom? Elder Chan nodded and smiled. Are you interested? Lu Yin was excited. Where is it? Go find Qing Ping. He'll take you to destroy the Eternal Kingdom. There's a deathly aura there, so it's perfect for you to go. Lu Yin nodded. I'll go right away. After Lu Yin left, Elder Chan looked at the chessboard. It was already full. What would this kid do if he placed another piece down? Lu Yin quickly arrived at the Arbiter realm and bumped into Diqiu. Alliance Master Lu? Why are you here? Diqiu asked. Where's the Arbiter? Lu Yin asked. Diqiu pointed inside the Arbiter realm and Lu Yin thanked him before entering the Arbiter realm. The Arbiter realm's eternal kingdom seemed to be surrounded by a layer of darkness. When Lu Yin arrived, he saw not only the Arbiter realm's shadow, but also the Arbiter realm's shadow and 5 other emissaries. How many emissaries did the Hall of Honor have? Lu Yin wasn't sure, but he knew that there were more than 10, including the emissary-level androids. During the Outerverse War against the Astral Beast domain, the Hall of Honor had sent emissary-level androids to participate. With the Hall of Honor's countless years of accumulation, Lu Yin believed that as long as there were enough materials, they could produce a bunch of emissary-level androids. Everyone's here. Let's go, the Arbiter Realm's shadow said in a low voice. Lu Yin didn't even have a chance to speak to the Arbiter in private before he was brought out of Realm Mountain and headed towards the Neoverse southern border. He wasn't the only one. The second Night King was also dragged out by the Arbiter Realm's shadow. The second Night King was filled with apprehension as he looked at the head Inquisitor. He would always remember that scene from back then. Being judged was an unforgettable memory that he would never forget. Although this head Inquisitor was not a half-martial ancestor, he had the strength to fight against a half-martial ancestor. The second Night King had seen him in the Gu Flow Zone. You're coming with us. The Arbiter Realm's Arbiter Realm was not to be doubted. The second Night King was confused and Lu Yin's words shocked him. Is there really such a place as the Eternal Kingdom? Lu Yin nodded. You don't know. The second Night King shook his head. The Neo-Human Alliance only appeared after the Daoist sect's era. At that time, the frigid Immortal sect had already left the Fifth Mainland, and the Mother Tree had also disappeared. I've always stayed in that space to cultivate. However, I once heard that the Eternals wanted to create a country that could coexist with humans. It's called the Eternal Kingdom, but I didn't expect them to have already done so. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This false kingdom must be destroyed. The 7 courts were located in the southern border, and it was the most chaotic region in the Neoverse. The Eternal Kingdom was actually located in the southern border. The Neo-Human Alliance's Eternal Kingdom was the dirtiest, cruelest and darkest place in Lu Yin's opinion. It was filled with false sunlight that concealed the inhumane slaughter. The people who lived there had long since been shrouded in despair. If Lu Yin had not personally experienced it, he would never have imagined that such a place existed in the universe. The most terrifying thing was not death but waiting for death. The Eternal Kingdom had captured many people and experimented on them to interact with the Corpse Kings. However, those people's organs had been dug out by the Corpse Kings, and they had been cruelly murdered. The southern border was very large, and the 7 courts were located slightly north of its center. The Arbiter Realm's Arbiter Realm brought Lu Yin and the others to the east of the southern border, where the southern border and the eastern border intersected. They looked into the darkness of space and saw a very ordinary planet in front of them called Anshue Planet. There were spacecraft taking off and landing on the planet, and cultivators would occasionally step into space. No matter how they looked at it, this place looked very ordinary. Let's go. The Shadow of Death growled and led the other envoys into the Astral Source universe. They landed on the planet and spread out in different directions. Senior, the Eternal Kingdom is in a parallel universe to this planet, right? Lu Yin asked. Behind him, the second Night King was stunned. Senior brother? Not bad, the head judge said calmly. The second Night King was dumbfounded. Senior brother? He stared at Lu Yin in shock. The head judge of the Interstellar Court was actually his senior brother? Damn it, no wonder he was so ruthless to me back then. No wonder he didn't look for trouble after coming out. It was actually his senior brother. This kid's background was too ruthless. Lu Yin did not care about the second Night King's reaction. Regardless of whether or not the head Inquisitor was his senior, the second Night King would not be able to resist Lu Yin. Why aren't you making a move yet? The head judge calmly said, Wait. What are we waiting for? If we rely on ourselves, we won't be able to enter. It's in a parallel universe, and if we can't find the coordinates, it'll be very difficult to find the Eternal Kingdom. Chapter 1925. Xianxia had mentioned before that there were many parallel universes. A planet's parallel universe could be an entire universe, or it could be the only planet that existed. Regardless of space or time, they were all different. The reason why he had chased after the lightning rabbit was because it could accurately break through parallel universes, and it was too dangerous. Lu Yin had been chasing after the lightning rabbit. The mystery sex dimension should be a hidden dimension, but it also seemed to be different from this one. Lu Yin wasn't too sure. Xianxia had relied on his father's strength to break through parallel universes. Senior brother, is it very difficult to accurately pinpoint a parallel universe? I mean, I've been there once and I want to go again, Lu Yin asked. The head judge was silent for a moment. I can't do it right now. Lu Ying was curious. What level do you need to reach? I don't know. You don't know? Can you reach the half-step ancestor level? Lu Ying didn't give up and continued to ask. He wanted to know how strong Jiang Chen's father was. Back on Earth, that Mantis had only been a gardener in Jiang Chen's eyes. This universe wasn't as clear as it seemed. They could only see this space-time, and there were countless other parallel universes that they couldn't even see through the 3,000 great worlds. I don't know. The head judge's answer was the same. Lu Ying was helpless. Right now they were waiting for the corpse kings to come out of the Eternal Kingdom. As long as they came out, the head judge would be able to enter the Eternal Kingdom. There was no need to worry about them coming out. They were born in this space-time so they could find their way back. Even though there were countless parallel universes, the one they were born in was like a lighthouse. But if the corpse kings came out, how would they return to the Eternal Kingdom? This was very strange. Even with the head judge's ability, he could only wait. Who knew how long he would have to wait? Lu Ying decided to start absorbing the astral source. It wasn't easy to not attract the attention of the astral source universe. Lu Ying stepped into the universe and slowly absorbed the astral source. The second Night King watched Lu Ying cultivate and shook his head. Some people were talented and had great achievements, but Lu Yin's talent was too high, which limited his development. He had to rely on this method of absorbing astral source slowly. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the next origin tribulation? It was too far away. A few days later, Lu Ying left the astral source universe. He felt a headache coming on. The absorption was too slow. Ever since he started cultivating, it felt like he was cheating and he felt very sullen. Senior brother, do you have any more astral source liquid? Lu Ying asked. The head judge didn't respond. Lu Ying pursed his lips. Senior, what did you bring out from the goo flow zone? The head judge still ignored him. Lu Ying was speechless as the man was even colder than Mr. Mu. Although Lu Ying rarely saw Mr. Mu, every time he did he would benefit from it. Ask your men to search for that thing as much as possible, the head judge said. Lu Ying quickly asked, what's that? Wait until you reach the 6th origin tribulation, said the head judge. That name sounded familiar. Right, Kuei Luo. That old man had said that he could tell Lu Ying about the Lu family once he became an emissary, but he had forgotten about it. He would definitely ask Kuei Luo about it the next time he saw him. Waiting was boring. Lu Ying waited with the head inquisitor for more than 10 days, but he couldn't take it anymore and decided to take a look at the planet in front of them. The quality of the cultivators in the Neoverse was indeed higher than that of the Innerverse and Outerverse. There were 3 enlighters on this planet and there were no less than 20 space-exploring cultivators. In a territory of eternity, Lu Ying strolled around leisurely until he saw a familiar gaze in the crowd. It was cold and sinister, and there was also that familiar fox-like face, Silver. Lu Ying hadn't expected Silver to be so daring. Silver had appeared during the battle to destroy the Day-Night clan, and now he had appeared again. The head judge was watching. Captain, you're here to attack the Eternal Kingdom? Silver grinned. The crowd was moving, but the two of them were still standing in place, facing each other with a few meters between them. It was a strange sight. Lu Ying looked at Silver. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Silver shrugged. I'm just a small fry in charge of passing a message to the captain. It doesn't matter if I'm discovered. Who are you passing a message to? Tong Yu, the vice head inquisitor. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Speak. Silver's lips curled up. Actually, it's not really a message. The vice head inquisitor feels that the captain's cultivation time is precious, and it's a waste to waste it waiting for something like this. That's why he sent me to take you to the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Ying was shocked. Aren't you afraid that the Eternals will find out? Silver smiled brilliantly. 6 of the 7 sky gods are dead, and there's only Bai Wuxian left. She hasn't appeared in the Eternal Kingdom, and she doesn't know that we betrayed the Eternal Kingdom. Compared to the Eternals, you're obviously more important. You're our future. Lu Ying somewhat believed Tong Yu's words, but he just couldn't trust Silver. This fellow's status seemed to be much lower than Tong Yu's, but for some reason, Lu Ying felt an inexplicable urge to destroy him every time they met. Lu Ying was beginning to understand Xiao Luo's feelings towards Silver. Captain, we can go in now, Silver said with a grin. Lu Ying looked up and saw a familiar figure appear in outer space. It was Ghoul. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Silver had relied on Ghoul to battle the human domain's top experts, and Ghoul had been invincible for a period of time. Ghoul approached the planet and then suddenly disappeared. At that moment the head Inquisitor acted, and the blood-red bell disappeared along with Ghoul. Following that, the void distorted and cracked open. Countless people on the planet watched in shock as the sky cracked open, and they saw a city with 7 towers within. They also saw pairs of scarlet vertical eyes and a surging aura of death in the depths of the void. The scene was like hell itself. The blood-red bell shook and let out a crisp sound. All of the creatures in the Eternal Kingdom, regardless of whether they were corpse kings or ordinary people who had been reared in captivity, felt as if a giant hand was pressing down on them. The sky seemed to be collapsing as Death's shadow and the other emissaries charged into the Eternal Kingdom and began slaughtering the corpse kings. The bright light of the universe swept away the haze as the head Inquisitor stood alone outside the Eternal Kingdom and pressed down on the 7 dark towers. The towers shattered, and the entire Eternal Kingdom was torn apart as the aura of death rose up. Lu Yin, the head Inquisitor growled. Lu Yin leapt up and arrived in front of the head Inquisitor. He faced the surging aura of death and began to absorb it. This wasn't the first time Lu Yin had absorbed the aura of death, but it had never been as spectacular as this. The aura of death from beneath the Eternal Kingdom pierced through the heavens and the earth like smoke signals, transforming into a dark river that poured into his body. There was a boom as Lu Yin's mind buzzed. He saw through the river of time and saw a lonely and bleak figure holding a black scythe. In front of him were countless beasts. This was the Grim Reaper, and it looked exactly the same as the one he had seen before. However, the Grim Reaper this time was incomparably domineering. Lu Yin wanted to see his face, but it was getting further and further away and becoming more and more blurry. Lu Yin grew anxious and subconsciously increased his absorption. Collect the aura of death. The ground of the Eternal Kingdom was completely shattered as the aura of death covered the sky and swept towards him, forming a hurricane. The second Night King, Death's shadow, and the rest were all shocked. The aura of death gave them an indescribable sense of oppression and fear. The majestic aura of death was like the descent of death. In an instant, Lu Yin traversed a great distance and appeared right in front of the figure. He looked up and his pupils shrank. He still couldn't see the Grim Reaper's face. What he saw was a deathly pale, expressionless face that looked like a sculpture. The moment he saw that face, 2 words appeared in his mind: Death's mask. The Grim Reaper raised his scythe and viciously slashed down. Everything that Lu Yin saw suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw the endless aura of death surging into his body. The black and white fog in his heart had become more solid and constantly replenished. The amount of death aura he had absorbed had long since surpassed the total amount he had absorbed in the past. After becoming an envoy, his capacity for death aura had greatly increased. Once he underwent the Grim Reaper transformation, his strength would also greatly increase. Lu Yin suddenly thought of a problem. Normal cultivators absorbed star energy, and after becoming an envoy, they would absorb astral sources and form astral cyclones. In that case, was the black and white fog the same as an astral cyclone? Was this a cultivation method similar to the astral cyclones that the Grim Reaper had created? If it was, then he would have already surpassed countless people and become an envoy through the Grim Reaper's cultivation system. If that was the case, then he had 5 cyclones. As his thoughts ran wild, the rate at which he absorbed the aura of death slowed down. Lu Yin looked at the ground beneath the Eternal Kingdom. Although he had absorbed a lot of death aura, it was still not enough to compare to the overall amount of death aura underground. Is it over? The head Inquisitor asked. Lu Yin filled the ground until he could no longer absorb any more. It's over. The head Inquisitor acted and covered the ground to conceal the aura of death. Elder Chan had asked Lu Yin to help contain the aura of death the moment the Eternal Kingdom was destroyed, but in reality he had asked Lu Yin to absorb it. With the head Inquisitor's strength, the aura of death was a form of energy that could be easily suppressed as long as there was no absolute powerhouse using it. At this point, the Eternal Kingdom was already in tatters and countless corpse kings had been destroyed. The second Night King's target was Mr. Feng, who had once wanted to make a deal with the second Night King. He had protected Lu Yin once, but Lu Yin had never thought of protecting him. Mr. Feng had protected Lu Yin because of the witch spirit's scheme. They would always be enemies. Within the Eternal Kingdom, The miserable state of the humans appeared before Lu Yin's eyes once more. Some had committed suicide while others had gone mad. As for those who had been transformed underground, they had all been mercilessly killed. Not everyone was like Lu Yin. Those who could not control the aura of death would eventually become tools for slaughter. And with the interstellar quartz methods, they would naturally be exterminated. Lu Yin entered the Eternal Kingdom and arrived at the street that Silver had once led him through. There was also the restaurant where he remembered a human girl buying blood. Everything had seemed normal, but who knew that her organs might have been emptied? This was hell, a place that he believed had to be destroyed. In the entire Eternal Kingdom, there was only Mr. Feng with a power level of over 1,000,000. There were no other experts. Lu Yin actually wanted to find some corpse kings, but he did not even encounter a single one at the level of an envoy. Where had the monkey gone? Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the shattered Dark Tower. Each tower represented one of the 7 sky gods, and he had been brought to the witch spirit's Dark Tower. Chapter 1926. He stepped into the ruins of the Dark Tower, hoping to find the monkey. There was a soft sound and Lu Yin stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. A figure walked out from the corner of the ruins. Lu Yin's expression changed as he stared at the figure in shock. Undying Yushan. The person who had appeared was none other than Undying Yushan, a person who had once been presumed dead but who had been repeatedly mentioned. When Lu Yin had merged with the Corpse King's body, he had seen Undying Yushan enter the Dark Tower. He knew that the man was still alive, but he had not expected that he would still be in the Eternal Kingdom. Undying Yushan walked out and looked at Lu Yin with a sigh. "Kid, you've grown up. What should you call me?" Lu Yin looked at him with a complicated expression. "Your Majesty." Undying Yushan nodded, gratified. "I never thought that someone from a small planet in the outerverse would reach such heights. I'm very happy." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Truthfully, Undying Yushan had treated him well, very well. When he had first arrived in the Great Yu Empire from Earth, Undying Yushan had treated him like an elder. After interacting with him several times, Lu Yin had begun to think of Undying Yushan as someone he could confide in. He couldn't be considered family since his identity as a member of the Zishan family was fake, but he still felt gratitude and respect for Undying Yushan. When news of Undying Yushan's death at the hands of the Neo-Human Alliance had spread, Lu Yin had been both furious and heartbroken. Undying Yushan had even given him a copy of the Yu secret art, which was a secret technique. At that moment, Lu Yin had truly felt like family to Undying Yushan. However, with Ku Wei's appearance, Undying Yushan's life and death had become a mystery. Lu Yin's impression of the man had gradually changed, especially after seeing Ku Wei enter and leave the Eternal Kingdom. He no longer had the same respect for Undying Yushan, only vigilance and caution. "Isn't your Majesty dead? Why are you here?" Lu Yin asked. Undying Yushan smiled at Lu Yin. "What are you thinking?" Lu Yin clenched his fists. "Your Majesty, you betrayed humanity." Undying Yushan laughed. "That's a normal thought, but I can tell you that I didn't." Lu Yin raised his brows. Undying Yushan sincerely replied, "Your Majesty did not betray humanity. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." Lu Yin sneered. "That's enough, Your Majesty. How could you safely stay in the Eternal Kingdom if you didn't betray humanity? Don't tell me that the 7 sky gods' hospitality." Undying Yushan calmly replied, "When people interact with each other, there are only feelings and benefits. The only reason I'm able to stay safely in the Eternal Kingdom is because of my own benefits, and my greatest benefit is you." Undying Yushan too. Undying Yushan sized Lu Yin up as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. "If we're talking about the 5th mainland, then the most valuable thing is not the territory, battle techniques, or even the envoys or half-ancestors. You're the most valuable thing here. My value to the 7 sky gods is you. From now on you will be used by me." After he finished speaking, Undying Yushan's expression changed and became incomparably gloomy. Lu Yin did not know what he had done, but he felt a splitting headache that came from his spiritual force. "Lu Yin Zishan's essence has been absorbed by you. Then you'll become a part of the Undying Manual." Undying Yushan barked as he pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin suddenly recited the primogenitor's scripture, and the faint voice traveled through time. Undying Yushan howled as his entire body melted away. He could not believe it. How is this possible? How can you resist the Undying Manual's enslavement? Lu Yin stared at Undying Yushan. So it's the Undying Manual. You actually cultivated it. With it you can control essence. Back in Kuan's swamp, you used essence to plan the rebellion. Undying Yushan clutched his head and howled. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. So it was you. You killed Cripple. Lu Yin grabbed Undying Yushan's neck, but his hand passed through. His expression changed. This isn't your true body? Undying Yushan laughed bitterly. Of course not. This is the Eternal Kingdom. How could my true body appear here? Kid, don't think that you can escape from the Undying Manual. Impossible, never. You don't know how terrifying the Undying Manual is. One day you'll become its slave. His body then exploded. There was no flesh or blood, only essence scattered in all directions. Lu Yin could have absorbed this essence, but he did not. He was full of misgivings. If not for the primogenitor's scripture, he would have been controlled. So it was the Undying Manual. Undying Yushan had really cultivated it. A body of essence and spirit. What a strange technique. The head inquisitor's voice came from behind. Lu Yin turned around and faced the head inquisitor with a solemn expression. He's Undying Yushan, and he cultivated the Undying Manual. He can use essence to control others and split them into millions. The head inquisitor was shocked. The Undying Manual from the Starfall Sea's legendary technique? Lu Yin nodded. When the Undying Manual first appeared, the Hall of Honor sent people to search for it, but they couldn't find it. It was rumored that someone from the Outerverse obtained it, and they called them the Undying Duo. It must be him. Lu Yin hadn't expected the head inquisitor to have heard of the Undying Duo. Senior, is the Undying Manual really that mysterious? Even you care about it? When the Undying Manual first appeared, it was rumored that cultivating this technique would grant one eternal life. Lu Yin laughed. Seems that many people believe it. The Mavis clan, the Spectre clan, and the Seven Courts all sent people to the Great Yu Empire in search of the Undying Manual, but they couldn't find it. It is indeed mysterious, but eternal life is too absurd. Even progenitors don't have eternal life, the head inquisitor said as the ground beneath his feet cracked open and his body plummeted to the ground. The stronger someone was, the less they believed in this so-called eternal life. Otherwise, how could Undying Yushan have safely returned to the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin hurriedly followed him. It seemed that his senior had discovered something. This was a parallel space-time, but it wasn't the same as the entire universe. There was only one eternal kingdom in this parallel space-time. As the head inquisitor's body descended, the ground beneath Eternal Kingdom continued to crack open. Finally, a squarish object appeared at the end of the earth. It looked like a rock or a piece of metal, and there was nothing special about it. However, it wasn't torn apart by the head inquisitor's strength. The head inquisitor descended into the depths of the earth, and further down was the boundless darkness of space. They had arrived at the very bottom of Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin looked at the squarish object floating in the void and sized it up curiously. Senior, what is this? The foundation. Lu Yin was shocked. The foundation of Eternal Kingdom? That's it? Because of it, the Corpse Kings were able to find the coordinates of Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin sized up the squarish object. This is a seal, right? There seems to be some words carved on it. Senior, do you recognize this word? No. You don't even recognize it. Lu Yin was shocked. The head inquisitor put the seal away. Sco. Wait. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped the head inquisitor. Senior, if you take this away, we won't be able to find Eternal Kingdom. Yes. Then what about the death energy? The head inquisitor fell silent. Lu Yin licked his lips and smiled. Senior brother, can I just leave this thing here? It's probably just a foundation, so it's useless for you to take it away. Why don't you leave it here so that I can come here to replenish my death energy in the future? You can take it away when I've finished absorbing all of it. How about that? He then nervously looked at the black fog that enveloped the head inquisitor. The seal floated out of the black fog and Lu Yin happily accepted it. Thank you, Senior. By the way, how do I use this to find Eternal Kingdom? Leave your own aura on it. Or blood. Traces of a technique. The stronger the aura, the better. It's like a carrier that preserves the coordinates. Once you leave your aura behind, you'll be able to sense it in the boundless parallel spacetime. Before that, you'll have to erase the original aura. How do I erase it? Lu Yin didn't understand. The head inquisitor took the seal away again, and after a while it floated out. Lu Yin took it and it didn't look any different from before. However, it was much cleaner. Someone must have left their aura, blood, or battle techniques on it, but Lu Yin couldn't think of a way to erase it. Blood was fine, but he couldn't do anything about battle techniques. Thankfully he had the senior. The head inquisitor left and Lu Yin looked at the seal in his hand, especially the words at the bottom. He didn't recognize them, but they seemed even more ancient than the Wen family's literary prison. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the head inquisitor to not recognize them. Right, the second Night King had been around for a long time, so he could take a look. However, if the head inquisitor didn't recognize them, the chances of the second Night King recognizing them were slim. But what could he leave behind? Blood? No, the Lu family's blood was extraordinary, and it was from the everlasting tribe. Who knew what it could do? The head inquisitor was indeed powerful, but he was only comparable to a half-ancestor at best. There were many things that he didn't understand. If blood didn't work, then it could only be a battle technique. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment before raising his hand. Death Qi gathered in his palm and boiled before covering his face. This was Death Mask. After absorbing the Death Qi, Lu Yin had seen the Death God's face, which was a fake face. At that moment, not only did he know the word, but he also knew how to use it. Death Mask could cover one's face with Death Qi, but it could also change one's appearance. This was the ability that Lu Yin had been looking forward to the most. It was the Death God's battle technique, and he didn't know who would be able to see it clearly. This was his first time using Death Mask, so he wasn't too familiar with it. Death Mask wasn't easy to use since it was the Death God's battle technique, and it required a high degree of control over Death Qi. It also had to be fixed on one's face without anyone being able to see it. Lu Yin continuously used Death Mask for a full 10 hours, but he still couldn't fully use it. Left with no other choice, he slammed his palm against the seal and left behind his own aura. He then tossed the seal to the bottom of the Kingdom of Eternity and continued using it as the foundation. From now on, this would be his personal territory. Lu Yin walked out of the Kingdom of Eternity and saw that the head inquisitor had already left with the Hall of Honor. The Corpse King had been destroyed and Mr. Feng had been taken away. No one knew if he was still alive or not. The ordinary people who had been kept captive in the Kingdom of Eternity had also been taken away. All of the Kingdom of Eternity was silent, and there wasn't a single trace of life. Underground, the Death Qi was as thick as a sea. Chapter 1927. The second Night King stood high in the sky, and when he saw Lu Yin appear, he stepped forward. "Let's go," Lu Yin said. The second Night King asked, "What about here?" "It has nothing to do with us." The second Night King was astonished. "You don't want the underground death aura anymore?" Lu Yin shook his head. "No. We won't be able to find this parallel space after we leave." The second Night King was confused, as this was not Lu Yin's usual behavior. There was so much death aura and he had said that he did not want it. Why did he not believe him? However, when he saw Lu Yin step out of the Eternal Kingdom and watch it disappear, the second Night King finally believed that Lu Yin really did not want it anymore. Once the parallel space disappeared, it would be impossible to find it unless one had the coordinates. "Where are we going now?" the second Night King asked. "No rush." Lu Yin faced the sky and raised a hand to slash out. The sky was torn apart, and in that instant Lu Yin sensed the death aura. He took a step forward and vanished. The second Night King watched Lu Yin disappear and his eyes flashed. He had not given up on the death aura, but how had he determined the coordinates of the Eternal Kingdom? Not long after, Lu Yin walked out with a calm expression. There were no living creatures in the Eternal Kingdom, and the only aura on the seal belonged to him. This meant that the Eternal Kingdom had become his private property in an entire parallel space, even though it was not as big as the outside world. Lu Yin had originally planned to visit the Aurora Corporation and the home of the gods, but both were in the north while he was in the south. Perhaps visiting the Seven Courts would not be a bad idea. He wanted to visit the Ku family the most, and he was more interested in Ancestor Ku than anyone else. This progenitor, who had a very low presence, was 9 mountains and 8 seas. Everyone knew that Progenitor Qin was invincible and that the talisman progenitor had created civilizations. They also knew that Progenitor Hui had calculated time and possessed unparalleled wisdom. They had even heard of the legendary Grim Reaper and Wu Tian, but no one had ever mentioned Ancestor Ku. It was as if Ancestor Ku had never existed. Even in the canopy of the astral tree, Ancestor Ku was the closest to the center. Based on his position, he was probably the weakest progenitor. However, Lu Yin knew that, and he was becoming more and more certain that Ancestor Ku was terrifyingly powerful. Everything else aside, the fact that things could develop in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme was almost as miraculous as the rune technology. It had allowed an enlighter to heal a half-progenitor's injuries and even cured a terrifying poison developed by the Eternals. It had even allowed Lu Yin to break free from Progenitor Chen's innate gift. He had heard that Progenitor Chen had used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the Sixth Mainland's progenitors when he was still a progenitor. Based on that, Progenitor Chen might not have been able to refine Ancestor Ku with the heaven and earth furnace. Ancestor Ku was unfathomable, and it was rumored that he controlled the power of time. Looking back at the planet, Silver had already left. The Dark Arbitration Office, Silver, Tong Yu, and that mysterious head inquisitor. One day he would find out the Spectre clan's true goal. He believed that the Spectre clan would not harm him for the time being, but he did not believe that they would sincerely submit to him. To the 7 courts, Lu Yin said indifferently. The second Night King was surprised, but he did not say anything. The only person in the 7 courts who could pose a threat to Lu Yin was Xiaji. The last time Xiaji had attacked Lu Yin, it had attracted Elder Gong and the Holy Heavenly Master. Now that Lu Yin's status had risen, there was even less reason for Xiaji to act. But regardless of whether or not Xiaji would act, it was still unwise to take the initiative to contact a hostile half-ancestor. Lu Yin was aware of this, which was why he had visited the 7 courts as a director of the Hall of Honor. His goal was to explain Nanyuan's dismissal to the 7 courts. This matter had originally been left to Xianxia. However, Lu Yin had now taken over. Similarly, in the south, the second Night King led Lu Yin to the 7 courts. Back when Lu Yin had been thrown into Progenitor Chen's tomb by the witch spirit god and then taken to the Realm Mountain by Mu En, he had not been able to take a good look at the 7 courts. After so many years, he finally saw it clearly. The 7 courts surrounded Progenitor Chen's tomb from 7 directions. The Yu family's Great Styx River, the Ku family's Spirit Void Land, the Su family's Star Luo region, the Xia family's Summer Blade Continent, the Hui family's 10,000 Elephant Mountain, and the Shi family's Bone Plain. Only the Yu family was missing, as they had been replaced by the other 6 families. As he looked at the Summer Blade Continent in front of him, Lu Yin recalled a rumor that the Summer Blade Continent was actually a blade that Progenitor Chen had once used. He did not know if this was true, but he could not see any rune lines. It was not easy to see rune lines in the Neoverse, as they were all on guard against the home of the gods. If we go any further, we'll attract the attention of the 7 courts, the second Night King said. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Knock." The second Night King was stunned, but then he raised his hand and made a knocking gesture. He pointed his middle finger at the void, causing layers of ripples to spread out and move towards the Summer Blade Continent. The second Night King's strength was shocking, and he was second only to a half-ancestor. His strength spread out, causing the entire 7 courts to tremble. Deep within the Summer Blade Continent, Xiaji opened his eyes, revealing a cold and unconcealable killing intent. This brat actually dares to come? Lu Yin had undergone his origin tribulation and defeated Progenitor Chen, who was at the same realm as him. This had shattered Xiaji's belief that Progenitor Chen was invincible, which had caused Xiaji to lose his composure and contact Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not only taken away the greatest secret left behind by Progenitor Chen in Sirius, but he had also caused a flaw in Xiaji's mental state after undergoing his origin tribulation. This hatred was even deeper than when the 2 family had been wiped out. It could be said that Lu Yin had single-handedly suppressed Xiaji's hopes of breaking through to the progenitor realm. If possible, Xiaji would have killed Lu Yin right then and there. However, he was a half-ancestor and he could not openly make a move against a member of the Xia family. This was not as simple as lowering his status to deal with a junior. Even if he did not consider the fact that Lu Yin was a half-ancestor, just his status as a member of the Xia family was enough for Elder Chan to make a move against him. A member of the Hall of Honor could be dealt with, but he definitely could not use such a method. Xiaji was still a half-ancestor and he was the pillar of support for the 7 courts. If he made a move against Lu Yin, the 7 courts would be doomed. Furthermore, the 7 courts would not allow anything to happen to Lu Yin. The Hui family and the Ku family treated Lu Yin completely differently from the Xia family. As he thought about it, the Xia family closed their eyes. Xia Ji could endure it. Back then, in order to obtain the jade annulus from Sirius, he had endured it for many years. He had even schemed against the small Big Sis mercenary group. Now he could endure it all the same. The second Night King knocked on the door, drawing out all of the Xia family's experts. Besides Xia Yi, there was also Elder Xia Meng. When he saw Xia Yi appear, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This old fellow had walked out of the blazing mist flow zone's burial gate in an attempt to destroy it and kill Emperor Luo and Chen Huang. If not for the Sea King's timely appearance, the Great Eastern Alliance would have suffered great losses, and Xia Yi himself would have been imprisoned in the Ross Empire's stronghold. However, Lu Yin did not know who had released him, and he guessed that it had been the Leaf King. So it's the second Night King. Alliance head Lu, may I know why you've come to my Summer Blade continent? Xia Yi asked in an unceremonious tone. The second Night King retreated and Lu Yin smiled. Nan Yuan is from your Xia family, right? He kidnapped a director's grandson in an attempt to control the three elders and dominate the board. The board has already informed your Xia family of this matter, and I'm here to explain it to you. Xia Yi remained calm. There's no need for that. We already know and will send someone else to replace Nan Yuan. There's no need for Alliance head Lu to worry. Lu Yin did not care about Xia Yi as this person existed only in name. He looked at Xia Meng and she looked back at him. Senior, long time no see, Lu Yin said. Xia Meng looked at Lu Yin seriously. You've changed so much. Back when you schemed against Nine Nether, you were just a junior, but now you possess such terrifying strength. Lu Yin was shocked. I can't be compared to Senior. Xia Meng looked deeply at Lu Yin. Did you meet him in that region of space? Lu Yin nodded and was about to say something when he glanced at Xia Yi. Xia Yi, you can go ahead if you have something to attend to. I don't plan on entering the Summer Blade continent anyway. Xia Yi's eyes widened. Xia Luo is my son. Can't I know about his matters? No, Lu Yin replied straightforwardly. He now had the confidence to say no to anyone, and there was no need for him to give face to certain people. Xia Yi was furious. Alliance head Lu, please listen carefully. Xia Luo is my son. Family head, please go back, Xia Meng said. Xia Yi glared at Xia Meng. Why can't I know about my son's situation? Xia Meng was disgusted. Go back. Don't force my hand. Xia Yi was furious, but he did not dare to resist. He was far weaker than Xia Meng and there was no way he could retaliate. Helpless, Xia Yi could only leave. Before he left, he glared at Lu Yin. He should have killed this brat in the burial garden. Xia Yi has left. Alliance head Lu, please speak your mind, Xia Meng said. Lu Yin replied, I did see Xia Luo before I came back. He's doing well and has joined the Shenwu plane. His status should be quite high. Xia Meng nodded, but it wasn't clear whether she believed him or not. Thank you, Alliance head Lu. In the entire Xia family, the only one who cared about Xia Luo was Xia Meng. She was also the only one who had wanted to save Xia Juyo. Lu Yin did not have any ill feelings towards this woman, even if she was likely an enemy. Alliance head Lu, is there anything else other than Nan Yuan's matter? Xia Meng asked. Lu Yin thought about it. There's another piece of advice. Xia Meng looked at him. Speak. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Although the Board of Governors will always reserve a spot for the 7 courts, this spot can be filled by many people and can be constantly replaced. I hope that the person who replaces Nan Yuan won't cause trouble for me. Otherwise I'll have a headache. Xia Meng replied, I'll pass on your message to the family head. There's no need for that. Just pass it on to Xia Ji. Xia Yi is just a useless piece of trash. Lu Yin's attitude changed when he mentioned Xia Ji. Xia Meng frowned. No matter what, Xia Ji is an ancestor of the Xia family. Alliance head Lu, please be more courteous. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, I'll give you some face and not scold someone from your Xia family. Xia Meng didn't know how to continue this conversation. This youth was no longer someone she could bully. Lu Yin was the only one who had ever scolded a Xia family half-ancestor outside of the Summer Blade mainland. Farewell, Senior, Lu Yin said. Xia Meng's tone was calm. Alliance head Lu, regardless of whether you're a friend or foe, you've saved so many commoners in the Outerverse. I admire you for that. She then turned and left. Chapter 1928. Xia Meng's words surprised Lu Yin. Very few people in the Neoverse cared about the life and death of the Outerverse people. There were even some people who didn't even know about the existence of the Outerverse. To them, the Innerverse and Outerverse were the same. He hadn't expected that this beautiful woman with a power level close to 1,000,000 would actually care. Not everyone in the cultivation world was cold-blooded. After leaving the Summer Blade continent, Lu Yin followed the second Night King to Wanxiang Mountain. How could he not look for Brother Hui Kong when he came to the Seven Courts? When Lu Yin appeared outside Wanxiang Mountain, Hui Kong's hearty laughter rang out before the second Night King could even knock on the door. "Brother Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Ah." Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised when he saw a shiny bald head. He hurried forward. "Brother, is this your home?" Hui Kong patted his chest. "Of course, Wanxiang Mountain is your home." Lu Yin laughed. Aside from Hui Kong, many others came out to welcome him. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Hui Ji, the leader of the Hui family," Hui Kong said as he pointed to a scholarly man behind him. Lu Yin smiled. "We meet again, Patriarch Hui Ji." When Lu Yin had been brought out of Progenitor Chen's tomb, he had met the leaders of the Seven Courts, and Hui Ji had been one of them. Hui Ji chuckled, but just as he was about to say something, Hui Kong interrupted him. "That's Hui Qi, an elder of the Hui family." Lu Yin saw that Hui Ji was about to speak, but then Hui Kong introduced another elder, and he didn't know who to respond to. Hui Ji was helpless. "Alliance Master Lu, Elder Hui Qi is very curious about you." Lu Yin was surprised and he looked at Hui Qi. "Why is the elder curious about me?" Hui Qi was an old man and he had the same scholarly aura as Hui Ji. However, due to his age he seemed more benevolent. "I'm in charge of planting wisdom roots at Wanxiang Mountain. I heard that Alliance Master Lu is very interested in wisdom roots, so I wanted to ask if Alliance Master Lu has eaten a true wisdom root before?" Wisdom roots were absolute treasures to the Hui family. Hui Qi wasn't the only one who was curious. Everyone in the family was as well. Lu Yin didn't hide it. "I have, and more than once." Hui Kong was shocked and he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Brother, I know that you've eaten wisdom roots before, but you didn't say that it's more than once." Lu Yin shrugged. "Bro, you didn't ask. I forgot." Hui Kong laughed heartily. "However, brother, it's also a stroke of luck that you were able to obtain the wisdom root. I wasn't wrong, you are indeed very talented." Hui Ji was speechless. Was this related to talent? Hui Qi hurriedly asked. "Alliance Master Lu, may I know where your wisdom came from?" Lu Yin replied. "One of them was obtained by unlocking a source box, and the other came from another region of space. The third one is someone called Little Kin. He had concealed the fact that Mr. Mu had gifted him a wisdom root, as he could not explain Mr. Mu's identity." Hui Ji was surprised. "Another starry sky? Falcon? What's your surname?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I know that you want to know if he's a descendant of the Hui ancestor from another part of the universe, but unfortunately I wasn't able to find out." Hui Ji felt regretful. "Alright, that's enough. Let's go, brother. I'll show you around the 10,000 Elephant Mountain." Hui Kong grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder and led him into the depths of the mountain. Behind them, Hui Santong and the others were speechless. They hadn't even been introduced yet. Since he wasn't going to introduce them, why did he ask them to come out? This was especially true for Hui Santong, who was of the same generation as Lu Yin. 10,000 Elephant Mountain was enormous, and although it was called a mountain, it was just a name. It was more like a name given to the Hui family's secret technique. "Brother, let me tell you something. When I left the Hui family, there was still an ancestor alive. That old man was of the same generation as Xia Ji, and he had almost broken through to become a half-step ancestor. Unfortunately, he died. Now you are the Hui family's most senior member. Look at the current state of the Hui family. The patriarch isn't even an emissary, and the elders are only at 3 origin tribulations. Even they can't beat you. What a joke. Brother, look at this wisdom root. It's been planted in a mess." Lu Yin followed Hui Kong around the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Along the way, all of the Hui family's cultivators bowed to them, which made Lu Yin feel embarrassed. However, he was still most interested in the wisdom root. The planting of wisdom roots was spectacular and one couldn't see the end of it. They were planted in the soil, and if not for Hui Kong's introduction, Lu Yin wouldn't have known that wisdom roots were planted there. Every year the Hui family sells a lot of wisdom roots to the outside world, but they aren't very valuable. You've already used them. Aside from calming your heart, they aren't very useful. Fortunately, some cultivators just can't calm their hearts. Otherwise, the Hui family wouldn't have any source of income, unlike the Mavis clan where their toilets are filled with star essence. Brother, can we only absorb astral sources through the astral source universe? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he looked at the spectacular planting of wisdom roots. Hui Kong nodded. Yes. He then looked at Lu Yin. I heard that your origin tribulations were so freakish that even progenitor Qin appeared? Lu Yin smiled bitterly and told him about his tribulation. Of course he had to hide the 4 astral source cyclones. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hui Kong, but that there were some things that couldn't be revealed and there was no need to. How ruthless. You forcefully sucked out an origin tribulations and even a progenitor was alerted. Brother, your future won't be too good. Hui Kong sighed. Lu Yin pursed his lips. There's no other way. I can only take it slow. Hui Kong was helpless. I can't help you with this, but it's a good thing that your strength is outstanding. You were able to deal with someone like Hui Qi when you were an enlighter, and now you should be able to fight against someone with a power level of over 800,000. Pretty much. Hui Kong smiled. Then that's fine. After so many years, I've only comprehended one principle, which is to adapt to the circumstances. Don't force things, don't chase after them, and take it slow. Opportunities are destined by the heavens, and who knows if everyone's path of cultivation is predestined. Lu Yin looked at Hui Kong strangely. Brother, your words are very strange. Hui Kong looked up and sighed. When I first stepped onto the path of cultivation, I thought that the explorer realm was the peak. However, when I became an explorer, I realized that there were still emissaries above me. Finally, one day when I became an emissary, I realized that the progenitor realm was far beyond my reach. Then who knows if there are still realms above you when you become a progenitor. As long as you're happy in your life, why force it? Is being a progenitor happy? Can you live forever? Then why did Enigma progenitor betray you? Where are progenitor Qin, talisman progenitor, and Hui progenitor? The longer I cultivate, the more I realize that I can't see through this universe. Since that's the case, I might as well play around. Every generation of the Hui family was intelligent, but Hui Kong was carefree and carefree. He seemed to be heartless, but in reality this was another kind of intelligence. Great wisdom pretended to be foolish, and only by seeing through everything could one live a better life. Hui Kong had become a powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million, and when he saw Lu Yin he recognized him as his brother. He had broken away from all the restraints of interacting with others and did not care about status, seniority, age, or cultivation realm. He only cared about sharing his heart with others. This was Hui Kong. He might not have lived the longest, but he was the happiest. Even in the technocracy he could live peacefully. If you don't want to force it, then why do you have to find out why progenitor Hui created the technocracy? Everyone has their own hobbies. Some like to eat and some like to lust. I just want to find out what's going on, huh? Lu Yin stayed at Wanxiang Mountain for a few days, and on the other side the Ku family was burning with anxiety. Back when Lu Yin had taken Ku Lei away through Mount Supreme, he had told the family about how things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, which had shaken the entire Ku family. Outsiders did not understand progenitor Ku, nor did they care that things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. However, the Ku family did, and they knew that things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. However, Ku Pu was not stupid. He knew that the Wen family was under Lu Yin's control, and he did not want to be as passive as the Wen family. Thus he had endured and not contacted Lu Yin. However, he had not endured for long before contacting Lu Yin. They were the passive party and there was no point in enduring. Even so, Lu Yin was not anxious. Just like how he had kept the Wen family in suspense, he was now keeping the Ku family in suspense as well. Lu Yin was becoming more and more adept at keeping others in suspense. At the moment, Lu Yin was at Wanxiang Mountain, which was not far from the land of Spirit Void. Ku Pu thought about it for a long time before finally contacting Lu Yin and inviting him to the Ku family as a guest. Lu Yin's lips curled up when he saw Ku Pu's call, as he had been waiting for Ku Pu to contact him. What is it, Patriarch Ku Pu? Lu Yin picked up. Ku Pu smiled and pretended to be relaxed. Alliance Master Lu, I heard that you went to Wanxiang Mountain as a guest? Yes, Brother Hui Kong invited me a few times and I happened to pass by the southern border, so I decided to come. My family's land of Spirit Void is not far from Wanxiang Mountain, so I formally invite Alliance Master Lu to my family as a guest. Will you give me face? Kupu smiled. Lu Yin replied, of course. How can I refuse an invitation from Patriarch Kupu? I'll head over as soon as possible. In that case, I'll wait for Alliance Master Lu. The Ku family will definitely welcome you. Kupu then ended the call. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. Kupu. The Ku family's patriarch? Hui Kong had heard the call. They were currently tasting wisdom root tea. Lu Yin nodded. That's him. Kupu invited you to the land of Spirit Void as a guest? That doesn't seem like the Ku family. Hui Kong was puzzled. Lu Yin was pleased. I have something they need. Hui Kong understood. No wonder. The Ku family has always been closed off, but they're also arrogant and rarely take the initiative to invite others as guests. Brother, you should be careful when it comes to the Ku family. What's wrong? Lu Yin did not understand. Hui Kong muttered to himself, the Ku family is not simple. I remember that old guy saying that he'd heard Ancestor Hui mention Kupu before. He said that Kupu was not simple and that anyone who underestimated him would be unlucky. Right, I remember something else but I forgot. Let me think. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. Brother, have some tea. He obviously knew that Kupu was not simple, but he had not thought that he would be able to learn something from Hui Kong. Oh right. Hui Kong slammed the table. I remember now. That old guy heard Ancestor Hui mention something. Anyone can die but Kupu is the least likely. Lu Yin's gaze froze. What does that mean? Hui Kong shook his head. I don't know. That old guy only said that. We weren't interested in Kupu at the time so we didn't ask. If you hadn't wanted to go to the Ku family I wouldn't have remembered. Chapter 1929. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Things could only move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Indeed, it was not that easy to die, but he had also wondered if Kuzu was still alive. Lu Yin could not imagine how the withered ancestor had died, especially since he had broken through the heaven and earth furnace and defeated the fusion of progenitor Chen's 8 avatars. He was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, so it was hard to imagine what kind of power he had inherited. The next day Lu Yin met with Hui Ji alone. Although Hui Kong was an elder of the Hui family, there were some things that Lu Yin did not want to talk to him about. An elder was different from the family head and not every family was like the Xia family. Xia Ji was too overbearing and Hui Kong was clearly not that kind of person. Alliance head Lu, if you have anything to say to the Hui family, you can bring it up to Elder Hui Kong. He has full authority to decide, Hui Ji said politely as he poured Lu Yin a cup of tea. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm clear about my personal matters. My relationship with my brother is private, and it has nothing to do with the Hui family. Hui Ji smiled. Then what does Alliance head Lu want to say to the Hui family? Lu Yin picked up his teacup. The taste of a fake root of wisdom is indeed different from a real root of wisdom. Hui Ji was helpless. I'm sorry, Alliance head Lu, but I can't bring out a real root of wisdom to entertain you. If I did, Elder Hui Kong would not have been stingy. I know. Lu Yin put down his teacup. But does the Hui family really not have a root of wisdom? Hui Ji paused in the middle of picking up his teacup, but then he casually took a sip. Oh. I've heard Brother Hui Kong mention it before. When he left the Hui family still had the root of wisdom. Many years ago when I first heard of the root of wisdom, someone told me that the Hui family should have preserved the true root of wisdom. How could the dignified Hui family, the successor of Ancestor Hui, not have the root of wisdom? Hui Ji laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Alliance head Lu, are you suspecting me or Elder Hui Kong? My brother definitely doesn't know or he would have given it to me immediately. Hui Ji's face twitched. So my family doesn't have a root of wisdom. Lu Yin sighed. I'm relieved to hear that. You're worried that Brother Hui Kong would give it to me directly, so the real root of wisdom doesn't exist. Hui Ji did not say anything, but he did not deny it either. No one could blame him. Hui Kong was a generous person and he really could have just given it to Lu Yin. To the Hui family this would be a huge loss, but he could not openly object, so he could only do this. Have you ever drunk the real wisdom root tea? Lu Yin asked. Hui Ji's eyes flashed with longing, but he shook his head and sighed. Of course not. I'll make a deal with the clan head. I've heard that planting a true wisdom root requires teardrop dust, and I just happen to have it, Lu Yin said indifferently as he rubbed his teacup. Huiji was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. What did you say? Do you have teardrop dust? Lu Yin took out the upgraded tear dust from his cosmic ring. He did not know whether the upgraded tear dust was the mother tear dust or not, but it was definitely not an ordinary tear dust. Huiji's eyes widened when he saw the tear dust that looked like jewels that Lu Yin had taken out. Every grain seemed to be exquisitely crafted and they were all perfectly round. Piled together they looked beautiful and dazzling. That's right, this is tear dust, but... Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Was there a problem? But how can there be so many? Huiji was in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Ancestor Hui, I don't know how little teardrop dust there is, but regardless of whether it's records or species analysis, it's impossible to produce so many teardrop dust at once. Lu Yin answered, a predecessor collected it and I just happened to obtain it. This was the only explanation. Huiji looked at Lu Yin deeply as he recalled everything that had happened to him. It was rumored that when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had faced the pressure of an enlighter, but he had taken out one external item after another to turn the tables. Whether it was external items, power vessels, or natural treasures that could help one avoid danger, he had been able to obtain an endless supply of them. Many people had guessed that he had obtained a complete inheritance from some powerful ancient power. However, that was the outerverse, so what kind of powerful ancient inheritance could there be in that place? Because of this, the various powers of the universe had sent people into the Great Eastern Alliance to investigate the truth, but their efforts had all been in vain. However, according to Huiji's analysis, it was unlikely that there was an ancient inheritance hidden in the outerverse. Instead, it was more likely that there was a great world. No matter where Lu Yin went, he would have external items that could help him deal with powerful enemies. All sorts of rare treasures had appeared, and he had even been able to escape from Xiaji's attack. Escaping from a half-progenitor was extremely difficult and close to impossible, but Lu Yin had still managed to do it. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that he could carry everything that he had obtained with him. It was impossible for him to have a cosmic ring, and he had only obtained Mount Supreme after the Sovereign Tournament, which was also impossible. The only possibility was that he had obtained a complete inheritance from an incomparably powerful great world. If he wanted to obtain benefits from that great world, then it was very likely that it had something to do with star essence. It did not make sense for such a talented cultivator to view wealth as his life. This was the Hui family's guess about Lu Yin. However, the Hui family had never publicly announced this guess. Of course, it might not be just the Hui family, as other powers had their own guesses as well. However, they were unable to verify them as they no longer had the opportunity to do so. Lu Yin had climbed too quickly and too high, to the point where even a half-progenitor would find it difficult to deal with him. Alliance Master Lu, how do you wish to trade? Huiji asked Lu Yin, suppressing his desire for the teardrop dust. No matter how calm Huiji appeared, Lu Yin could sense his desire. To the Hui family, the value of the teardrop dust was comparable to a secret technique. No, it was even more precious than a secret technique. With the teardrop dust, they would have the possibility of planting a true root of wisdom, which would be a blessing for generations to come. With a true root of wisdom, the Hui family's status would be upended, and the entire universe would have to curry favor with them. A little bit of teardrop dust would have limitless possibilities for the Hui family. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I want to know what the Hui family can give me. Huiji and Lu Yin exchanged glances. This young man was not just a cultivator, but also someone who stood at the peak of the universe. The Hui family might not be able to give him what he wanted. Alliance Master Lu, what exactly do you want? A true root of wisdom? Huiji asked. Lu Yin replied, this is a necessary condition. 3 roots of wisdom can be exchanged for half of the teardrop dust here. 3 roots? Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. If the Hui family had 3 roots of wisdom, why would we hide it? Based on the relationship between Elder Hui Kong and you, what's the big deal about giving you 1 root? Huiji exaggerated. Lu Yin pursed his lips and began to play the emotional card. There's no need for that, Patriarch. I'll explain things to Brother Hui Kong. If your family truly respects him, then you won't hide the fact that you have a root of wisdom. You can lie to him, but I won't. Once our trade is over, I'll explain everything to him. But I can't say anything right now, as I won't make things difficult for my brother. Huiji raised his brows. No matter what, 3 roots is too much. Alliance Master Lu, let me tell you clearly. The Hui family doesn't have 3 roots of wisdom, and even if they did, it would only be enough to exchange for half of the teardrop dust? Don't you think that's too much? Lu Yin smiled. Patriarch, you said that there's a lot here and it's even comparable to the amount of teardrop dust that Ancestor Hui obtained. How many roots of wisdom did Ancestor Hui leave behind? 10, 50, or 100? I can imagine that this amount of teardrop dust is enough to plant many roots of wisdom. I'm saying that it's impossible to obtain so much teardrop dust in one go. That's not something that a cultivator can control. Based on Ancestor Hui's abilities, he could have obtained it twice, thrice, or even countless times. Ancestor Hui used countless teardrop dust to plant the roots of wisdom, Huiji retorted. This brat was as cunning as a fox, and he had been able to find a flaw in his words. Lu Yin sneered. Patriarch, there's no need to tell me this. I'm certain of your reaction. There's quite a lot of teardrop dust, so it's up to you whether you want to trade or not. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Alliance Master Lu, teardrop dust is useless to you. Do you know how to plant a root of wisdom? Huiji asked in a low voice. Lu Yin was pleased. Brother Hui Kong will teach me. Huiji was speechless. That old man really knew how to teach, and he even treated this brat like his own son. Alliance Master Lu, 3 roots of wisdom is too much. My Hui family really doesn't have any. How about this 1 root? I can tell you that aside from my family in the 5th mainland, no other place has this root of wisdom, including the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin raised a brow. Patriarch, are you trying to use this root of wisdom to threaten me? Didn't Alliance Master Lu use teardrop dust to threaten me as well? Huiji countered. The two fell silent for a moment. Not long after, Lu Yin looked up and stared at Huiji. For Brother Hui Kong's sake, 2 roots of wisdom and 20 billion star essence. Huiji almost spat out a mouthful of tea in Lu Yin's face. 20 billion star essence was a rather exaggerated number, and the Hui family could afford it. However, Lu Yin's current conditions were equivalent to using 20 billion star essence to buy a root of wisdom. Was it worth it? No one could say for sure. To an ordinary cultivator, it was not worth it at all. Forget 20 billion, even 200 million star essence was not worth it. The root of wisdom was not a secret technique, and it could only be used to brew tea, and only 3 sips at that. What it could help a cultivator to comprehend would depend entirely on their own luck. However, to an absolute genius like the Xianxia, it might be worth it. The deeper one's foundation, the greater the value of a root of wisdom. This was especially true for a half-ancestor who needed to comprehend an opportunity to become a progenitor. 20 billion star essence was definitely worth it. But now Lu Yin was not buying a root of wisdom directly. Instead, he was buying the teardrop dust along with 2 other roots of wisdom. Huiji did not know how to proceed with this transaction. He paused and looked at the teardrop dust. Alliance Master Lu, Elder Hui Kong has a close relationship with you, so I won't beat around the bush. He paused and then looked at the teardrop dust. There is indeed a lot of this teardrop dust. I don't know how you obtained it, but just the teardrop dust alone is not enough to plant a root of wisdom. You'll need many other precious materials, and even if you can plant a complete root of wisdom, you'll only be able to plant 5 baths of it at most. Don't even think about it. With your conditions and the benefits that the teardrop dust will bring to the Hui family, we're making a huge loss. If Alliance Master Lu insists on this transaction, then I can only see you out. He then took another sip of tea. Lu Yin did not know whether Huiji was telling the truth or not. The Hui family was smart, and Lu Yin could not see through Huiji. He did not know how much this teardrop dust was worth, but it was indeed useless to him. He urgently needed a root of wisdom to reverse time and use it to reach Progenitor Chen's realm, where he could reverse time and space. This was a huge temptation. Chapter 1930. Actually, this teardrop dust wasn't that rare, and he could upgrade it and obtain it. Lu Yin sighed and sincerely said, I can feel Senior Huiji's sincerity. All right, 1 wisdom root and 20 billion star essence. I'll give it all to you. Huiji was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in shock. He's giving in? So easily? Lu Yin replied seriously, this isn't just a transaction. I hope to use this opportunity to form a good relationship with the Hui family. Although the 7 Courts is one of the 3 dark hands, they haven't done anything evil. The only ones who are hostile towards me are the Xia family. I hope that the Hui family will stand on the same side as me on this matter. Huiji nodded and sincerely said, "Rest assured, Alliance Leader Lu. I don't know why the Xia family is hostile towards you, but the Hui family and the Xia family aren't united. The seven courts only joined forces to protect progenitor Chen's tomb." Lu Yin smiled. "All right." He then pushed the teardrop dust towards Huiji. Huiji was excited and carefully took it. He looked at the teardrop dust as if it were a peerless treasure. What he had said to Lu Yin was an exaggeration. Planting a root of wisdom truly required many rare materials, but the Hui family had collected many of them over the years. The only thing they had lacked was the teardrop dust. Now that they had obtained the teardrop dust, the Hui family could truly plant a root of wisdom. Even though it would take a long time for a root of wisdom to mature, the Hui family could afford to wait for so many years. Huiji took the teardrop dust and left for a while. Not long after, he returned to Lu Yin with a true wisdom root. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he quickly put the wisdom root away with a satisfied smile. "Alliance Leader Lu, here are 20 billion star essence. Take care of them." Huiji handed Lu Yin 10 cosmic rings with a pained expression. This was the Hui family. Any other family might not have been able to take out so much money at once. 20 billion star essence was already an outrageous amount. The Hui family sold wisdom roots and they were smart themselves. They had accumulated so many resources over countless years, but now that Lu Yin had taken so much away, even Huiji's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin took the cosmic rings and saw that there were actually 10 of them. These rings were too small and he despised them a little. "Alliance Leader Lu, I have a presumptuous request that I hope you can agree to," Huiji said. Lu Yin was in a good mood. "Go ahead." Huiji coughed. "I hope that Alliance Master Lu won't tell Elder Hui Kong about this transaction." Lu Yin looked at him and nodded. "I don't want to make things difficult for you either. This is between me and the Hui family and it has nothing to do with you." Huiji heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Alliance Master Lu." After finishing his trade with Huiji, Lu Yin went to the mountain range where Hui Kong was planted on the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Hui Kong sat on the ground wearing a straw hat, drinking wisdom root tea very leisurely. When he saw Lu Yin walk over, he patted the ground beside him. Lu Yin smiled and sat down beside him. "Brother, I'm leaving," Lu Yin said. "To the Ku clan?" "Yes." "Do you want me to accompany you?" "Worried that I'll be in danger?" "That won't happen. That old guy, the second Night King, is with you. The Ku family can't do anything to you, but we're all part of the seven courts. Based on seniority, even Kupu has to call me ancestor." "Ah, there's no need." Lu Yin laughed. "I don't want to see Kupu crying." "What do you mean by crying? You really don't know how to talk." "I'm still far from death," Hui Kong grumbled. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. "Brother, does the Hui family have any tear dust?" Hui Kong was astonished. "Tear dust? Why are you asking? Do you want it?" "That thing is useless. Only tear dust is useful." "Give me some, I'm interested in it," Lu Yin said, not bothering to explain. He had originally wanted to get some tear dust from Eben City, but that city might not have it. Although only tear dust was useful for planting wisdom roots, it was still an extremely rare material. The Hui family was more likely to have it. After all, the Hui family had been searching for it for many years. Hui Kong did not hesitate and stood up to leave. An hour later, he returned and tossed some tear dust to Lu Yin. "Those fellows are too stingy. They only gave you this much. It's clearly useless." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was twice as much as the tear dust he had obtained before. "Thank you, brother." He then took out a cosmic ring and tossed it to Hui Kong. Hui Kong subconsciously caught it, puzzled. "The things here should be of some help to you," Lu Yin said. Hui Kong frowned. "What do you mean? Are you making a deal with me?" "Of course not. Isn't it normal for a younger brother to give something to his older brother?" Hui Kong rubbed his bald head. "All right, since you're willing to give it to me, I'll accept it." Not long after, Lu Yin left. Hui Kong looked at the items in the cosmic ring. Tear dust. Lu Yin had not given all of it to Huiji, leaving some for Hui Kong. After leaving the Hui family, Lu Yin and the second Night King arrived at the land of Spirit Void. Ku Pu led a group of cultivators from the Ku family to welcome Lu Yin. When Lu Yin had first appeared in progenitor Chen's tomb, he had been surrounded by the seven courts. Everyone had looked at him with scrutiny, but now their gazes had changed. Ku had been very hostile to him, but now he was the most polite one. Alliance Master Lu, welcome to the land of Spirit Void. Ku stepped forward and smiled courteously. Lu Yin was very polite as well. It's my honor to be able to visit the cultivation grounds of progenitor Ku's descendants. He then looked at the two elders beside Ku. One was an ordinary emissary who was about the same level as Ling Qiu, but the other elder's aura was as deep as the ocean. Only someone with a power level of 1,000,000 could give Lu Yin such a feeling. As expected of the 7 courts, the Xia family had a half-ancestor, the Hui family had Hui Kong, and the Ku family also had this elder. This was the strength of the 3 hands of darkness. The 7 courts could probably gather 5 powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,001 half-ancestor. They also had 6 or 7 emissaries, which was the strength that had protected progenitor Chen's tomb. With the Great Eastern Alliance's current power level, they would not be able to take down the 7 courts in a direct confrontation. This was after the Yu family had disappeared and the Yu family had split up. One could imagine how terrifying the 7 courts had been at their peak. Of the 3 hands of darkness, the 7 courts' strength was about the same as Burial Garden's. Burial Garden also had a half-ancestor and 4 captains of the Dead Man Regiment, each of whom had a power level of over 1,000,000. This was a true colossus, and in comparison the Great Eastern Alliance still had a long way to go. This is an elder of my Ku family, Ku Rong. Ku saw Lu Yin look at the elder with the deep aura and hurriedly introduced him. Ku Rong had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and when he heard Ku's introduction he slowly said, as expected of a supreme of the younger generation, "Even us old fellows can't see through you." Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, what are you trying to see through?" Ku Rong shook his head and sighed. "I can't see through anything. If my Ku family's juniors were even half as talented as you, Alliance Master Lu, the Ku family wouldn't have to worry about anything." These words caused Ku Lei to turn red, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Yin had become an emissary, and the Lu Yin that Ku Rong saw now was completely different from before. He felt as if he was facing an unparalleled powerhouse. Although Lu Yin had been terrifying in the past, he had never given off such a feeling. They were no longer on the same level. Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, you flatter me. I've exchanged blows with Ku Lei before and we've both fought in the mountain and sea realm. He's not weak and his name is known throughout the universe." Ku Rong shook his head, unwilling to speak any further. Instead he looked at the second Night King behind Lu Yin and frowned. Whether it was in terms of seniority or strength, the second Night King surpassed Ku Rong and Hui Kong. However, when he stood behind Lu Yin, people would unconsciously overlook him. This was a terrifying phenomenon, as it meant that Lu Yin's radiance was enough to cover up his own lack of strength. This was even more terrifying than Lu Yin's power level. "Alliance Master Lu, please introduce the Mr. behind you," Ku Rong said. The second Night King looked up at Ku Rong. In that instant Ku Rong felt a sense of pressure and his expression changed. Lu Yin raised a hand and waved. The second Night King's body suddenly vanished. "There's nothing much to introduce. He's just a loser who wanted to come to the Neoverse but couldn't," Lu Yin said. "Senior, this junior is very interested in the Spirit Void land. Can you show this junior around?" He had completely ignored Ku, the family leader. In terms of understanding of ancestor Ku, no one could compare to an old fellow like Ku Rong. The only value the Ku family had to Lu Yin was ancestor Ku's inheritance. Ku was worthless. Ku did not mind and he stood to the side and watched quietly. Ku Rong nodded. "If Alliance Master Lu is interested, then as long as you don't mind this old man walking too slowly, I'll show you around." "Thank you, Senior," Lu Yin said. The Spirit Void land was filled with star energy and all living things thrived there. The environment was beautiful, but due to the frequent lightning strikes, many withered trees littered the land. These trees were not cleared away and were instead left behind. The older the tree, the more valuable it was, as it was the raw material used to create the time-withered tree. There was a crackling sound, and even though it was a clear day with no clouds in sight, a sudden bolt of lightning struck down and destroyed an ancient tree, setting it ablaze. "I heard from Ku Wei that the Spirit Void land is filled with lightning all year round without any warning. It seems that it's true. Senior, where does this lightning come from?" Lu Yin asked as he followed Ku Rong around the Spirit Void land. Ku Rong replied, "It's just a natural phenomenon. It's not that mysterious." "Is that so?" Lu Yin looked at the burning trees in the distance. Just a natural phenomenon? How was that possible? This lightning had come so suddenly that Ku Rong had not even noticed it. With his strength he could easily dodge even an astral calamity, let alone a mere lightning strike. However, since Ku Rong did not want to talk about it, Lu Yin did not ask further. Alliance Master Lu, I heard from the juniors that you've learned that things can only move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? Ku Rong asked directly. Lu Yin replied, that's right. Senior should know that I've been to another region of space where I learned that things can only move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. I also saw the Spirit Void Temple where the desolate ancestor once lived. Can you tell me more about it? Ku Rong asked without much emotion. Lu Yin did not hide anything and told Ku Rong about what he had encountered in the Withered Glory realm, especially the mutual destruction method he had used on the battlefield and the struggle in the Spirit Void Temple. The experience was not complicated and he finished quickly. Ku Rong laughed. I didn't think that those people would still think that the desolate ancestor was the weakest and place him closer to the center. Thank you, Starstamper fanboy. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 1931. Senior, you seem to be familiar with the location of the Mother Tree's canopy? Ku Rong replied, I've been there and heard of it. Lu Yin understood. The stowaways had been there before and so had his senior brother. He didn't know how many of the other half-ancestors had been there, but perhaps all of them had. When I arrived at the Withered Glory domain, the frigid Immortal sect and the Wang family's juniors all said that Ancestor Ku was the weakest progenitor and that the secret techniques he created were all healing techniques. In terms of healing, even Progenitor Chen's avatar surpassed Ancestor Ku, Lu Yin said with a sigh. Ku Rong laughed. Alliance Master Lu, I'm already old and I'm not that hot-blooded. Your words won't provoke you Wang who I want to refute. Lu Yin pursed his lips. These old fellows were troublesome. Their mentality was too stable. I know what you want to know. In fact, no one has ever really wanted to know about our ancestors. Since Alliance Master Lu is interested, I won't hide anything from you, Ku Rong said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Please speak, senior. Ku Rong clasped his hands behind his back. Lightning fell from the sky and ignited a mountain fire. The scene was too normal. My ancestor's original name was Kujia. It's a very ordinary name, but it's also a bit humiliating. Because my ancestor's body was withered when he was born, he was discriminated against. Even his own parents didn't want to come into contact with him, so he got this name. As for his innate talent, Ku Rong smiled bitterly. It was also very poor. Lu Yin was shocked. The desolate ancestor's cultivation talent was poor? He had never experienced such a feeling before. He had always been synonymous with extraordinary talent. But so what if he wasn't talented enough? He never gave up. Even if the path of cultivation was full of obstacles, he never gave up. He never accepted his fate. My ancestor changed when he started practicing withering meditation. Withered Zen wasn't created by the ancestor himself, it was passed down from ancient times. It wasn't a very powerful technique, but it was very suitable for the ancestor's state of mind. Because he practiced withered Zen, the ancestor almost died in meditation. In the end, he understood that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If he hadn't understood that, he would have turned into a fossil. Lu Yin was shocked. He could not imagine how much willpower a person would have to have cultivated a technique to the point where he was close to becoming a fossil. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was filled with blood, plunder, and slaughter. Back then, when Lu Yin had used things will develop in the opposite direction and caused his body to become like that, he had attracted a lot of vigilance and hostility. Needless to say, Desolate Ancestor had been like that since he was born. His perseverance was beyond imagination. It was as if Lu Yin could see a withered youth struggling to endure year after year. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. He created an unprecedented saint technique, which allowed Ancestor to possess a normal physical body for the first time. It was also the first time he saw himself in his normal state, and it was also the first time he walked down the street like a normal person. From then on, Ancestor Chen left everyone in the dust. During that era, Ancestor Chen's unparalleled brilliance illuminated the world, and the Dao Source sect dominated the universe. The symbol progenitor Wuxiang, the Lu family, the Wang family, the Bai family and many other geniuses had yet to become progenitors, but their names had already spread throughout the universe. At this point Ku Rong's tone became even more impassioned. It's not that Ancestor couldn't compete with them, but he wasn't willing to. With Ancestor's personality he preferred to keep a low profile. Ancestor Qin is invincible and the talisman Ancestor is mysterious. They all broke through to the Ancestor layer one after another. All the great clans and sects are waiting to see who will be the next Ancestor layer, but nobody would have thought that the Ku Ancestor would be the next Ancestor layer. He's just an ordinary cultivator, and the reason why the Ancestor layer can break through to the Ancestor layer is because he's extremely strong. Ku Rong stared at Lu Yin. When things reach an extreme they can only move in the opposite direction. The opportunity to break through to the Ancestor layer is also the fundamental reason why my Ku family was able to exist. Without this technique Ancestor would have died long ago and my Ku family would no longer exist. Alliance leader Lu Ancestor's story isn't very exciting, and it's just like his personality. He's very low-key but his contributions aren't any worse than anyone else's. During the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands, Ancestor didn't appear because he killed his way into the Eternals by himself. Lu Yin was shocked. The Eternals? Ku Rong closed his eyes and a pained expression appeared on his face. That's right. Ancestor killed his way into the Eternals by himself and never returned. If there's anyone who understood Ancestor during that era, it would be the Eternals. Although Ancestor's name never spread throughout the universe, his opponents weren't weak, especially the Eternals. Ancestor's opponents were the 7 sky gods, and only the 7 sky gods were qualified to fight against Ancestor. Lu Yin had never expected Ku Rong to disappear in such a manner. What about the ruler's realm's spirit void temple? It said that Ku Rong died there. Ku Rong shook his head. There's no Ancestor there. Perhaps it's his disciple, but Ancestor himself charged into the Eternals, and his fate is a mystery. Why did Ku Rong charge into the Eternals? Lu Yin did not understand. Even Progenitor Qin, the symbol progenitor, and the powerhouses from the Lu, Wang and Bai families had not done so, so why had Ku Rong done so? I don't know. Us descendants are useless and we can't even find out if Ancestor is dead or alive, Ku Rong said bitterly. Just as Ku Rong had said, Ku Rong had been too low-key. Even though he had been a progenitor he had not had much of a presence during that dazzling era. Faxian Yu had not told Lu Yin about this. Lu Yin would not have known that Ku Rong was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. What kind of concept was the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Only absolute powerhouses were qualified to occupy such a place, and it was not something that anyone who had become a progenitor could occupy. During the era of the Daoist sect, the 5th mainland had been overseen by progenitors all year round, and there had even been more than one. However, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been empty most of the time, and they had only been fully occupied during Progenitor Chen's era. Lu Yin could imagine how shocked the 5th and 6th mainlands had been when Ku Rong had become a progenitor. When Ku Rong had occupied the 9 mountains and 8 seas, those people had been so shocked that they had doubted their lives. Since Ku Rong had been able to occupy one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he had been an absolute genius that could not be erased from that era. He had been a low-key, unconventional genius. It was unimaginable that no one would pay attention to someone who had cultivated to the progenitor realm, but Ku Rong had done it. If what Ku Rong had said was true, then Ku Rong had killed his way into the Eternals alone. His contributions would not be any less than Progenitor Chen's, and he might even be more respected. Ku Rong looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Alliance Master Lu, I know that my Ku family does not have a selfless relationship with you, and I've heard from Ku Pu that there have been some disagreements between us in the past. However, I would still like to shamelessly ask Alliance Master Lu for advice. No matter what the conditions are, as long as my Ku family can afford it, please feel free to state them. I'm not good at doing business and I only wish to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Lu Yin was troubled. This old man was indeed very sincere, and it was not easy to make a deal with such a person. Hui Ji had hidden the truth from Hui Kong, which meant that he had hidden the true root of wisdom. Lu Yin could make a deal with such a person, and he could even brazenly raise his conditions and test the waters. However, the more sincere a person was, the more difficult it would be to deal with them. Ku Rong in particular had gained Lu Yin's respect for him. It was no wonder why Ku Pu had not come forward. The two of them had had some disagreements in the past, and if Ku Rong had come forward, the Ku family would have either been left in suspense, or they would have asked for an exorbitant price. Senior, I'd like to ask something. How do you teach me? Lu Yin asked. Ku Rong was stunned. Teach me the way you cultivate. But I don't know how to cultivate either. Lu Yin was helpless. Ku Rong stared into Lu Yin's eyes, but Lu Yin did not avoid his gaze. Instead he looked back at Ku Rong with a calm gaze. Alliance Master Lu, do you really not know how to teach me? Ku Rong did not really believe Lu Yin, but he was also unsure. Lu Yin shook his head. I've already explained the process of how I learned it. Came from a piece of jade and it was directly engraved into my mind like an instinct. However, I don't really know how to teach it. How should I put it? Senior should know that the Yo secret art can only be passed down to a single person, and some secret techniques can't even be passed down to others. I've also learned a battle technique. Lu Yin raised his hand and a blazing sun appeared. This battle technique is very easy to learn, but no one has been able to successfully learn it. This is because a special power is required to learn it. Ku Rong frowned. After cultivating for so long, how could he not know about this situation? In fact, he had already considered the problem of whether or not he could learn it. Regardless of whether or not Lu Yin could learn it, he would have told Lu Yin the same thing. Now the worst-case scenario had appeared. Alliance Master Lu, I've heard about the Wen family's situation, Ku Rong said. Lu Yin raised a brow. If Alliance Master Lu wants to use the Yo secret art to bait my Ku family, then it's meaningless. My Ku family can only give Alliance Master Lu so much, Ku Rong said in a low voice. Lu Yin shrugged. Senior, do you want me to swear an oath? Ku Rong looked deeply at Lu Yin and then shook his head helplessly. I don't have the qualifications to make Alliance Master Lu swear an oath, and Alliance Master Lu doesn't need to swear an oath to my Ku family either. Fate is determined by the heavens, and it seems that my Ku family is destined to never obtain the power of our ancestors. Lu Yin had no other choice. He truly didn't know how to pass it down to someone else. Before coming here he had only wanted to bait the Ku family just like how he had baited the Wen family. However, in front of someone like Ku Rong he could only tell the truth. Most importantly, he had been influenced by Ancestor Ku. If what Ku Rong had said was true, then Ancestor Ku was an obscure hero who had kept a low profile and made great contributions. However, he hadn't received the treatment that he deserved and hadn't left his name in history. Lu Yin couldn't deal with the descendant of such a person without restraint. Ku Rong sighed. Alliance Master Lu, I have something else to say. He looked at the distant mountain fire that was gradually extinguishing. You asked me where that lightning came from and I can tell you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That lightning came from the time-withering tree. Time-withering tree? Lu Yin was astonished. He suddenly remembered that it was a treasure of the Ku family. Back in the Outerverse, when the Day-Night clan had attacked, Ku Wei had relied on the time-withering tree to protect himself. In Progenitor Chen's tomb, Ku Lei had also relied on the time-withering tree to protect himself, allowing him to survive the giant emperor's attack. The 7 courts each had their own treasures, and the Ku family's was the time-withering tree. That lightning came from the time-withering tree left behind by our ancestor. That tree contains his power, Ku Rong said solemnly. Lu Yin was shocked. Ancestor Ku's power? Ku Rong nodded. Alliance Master Lu is well aware of our ancestor's strength. I'm thinking that perhaps this time tree left behind by our ancestor will remind Alliance Master Lu of how things can only move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This is the greatest sincerity of the Ku family. Lu Yin was very moved. This was the power of the desolate ancestor. Even an ordinary progenitor was still a progenitor, and the items that he had left behind would allow him to protect himself even against a half-ancestor. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't want it, but I really don't know how to pass it down to someone else. Lu Yin was bitter and his tone was filled with reluctance. Chapter 1932. Lu Yin's words caused Ku Rong's heart to sink, as even Ancestor Ku's power vessel could not move Lu Yin. Either Lu Yin's appetite was too big and the Ku family could not afford it, or he really did not know how to pass down the inheritance. Compared to the former, Ku Rong believed in the latter more. If it was so easy to pass down the inheritance, then Ancestor Ku would have left it behind, and it was impossible that his disciple did not know how to do it. What a pity. Senior, Is Ancestor Ku's time withering wood for sale? Lu Yin suddenly asked. This junior can exchange for it with some good stuff. Ku Rong was not in a good mood. Alliance leader Lu, please rest well. I'll take my leave now. As for Ancestor Ku's power vessel, I'm naturally not selling it. He then looked back at Lu Yin. With Alliance leader Lu's current cultivation, you might not be able to pass down the inheritance, but that might not be impossible in the future. I hope that Alliance leader Lu can give my Ku family hope, and my family will treat you with sincerity. He then stepped into the void and left. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This old man was probably in a bad mood. After Ku Rong left, Ku Pu arrived. Given Lu Yin's status, it was only right for Ku Pu to receive him. Ku Pu already knew that things could not be passed down, but he still treated Lu Yin very well. The Ku family needed hope and Lu Yin was willing to give it to them. This was different from the Wen family hanging around, as that was a literal literary prison. Here, however, there was only hope. Ku Pu had forgotten his past disagreements with Lu Yin, and he brought Lu Yin around the spirit void land. He also told Lu Yin about Ancestor Ku, and the two of them occasionally mentioned Ku Wei. Ku Wei was the only link between the Ku family and Lu Yin. Aside from that, there were only benefits. Ku Pu would never have dreamed that he would one day use Ku Wei to form a relationship with someone else. Fortunately, he had agreed to let Ku Wei go. Otherwise, his relationship with Lu Yin would be like that of the Xia family, and it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Lu Yin and the second Night King stayed in the spirit void land, and Lu Yin was very interested in the thunder. It was born from Ancestor Ku's time withering wood, and although it was not very powerful, it could continuously produce time withering wood. It was a treasure trove. The next day, Lu Yin declined Ku Pu's offer to bring him around the spirit void land and walked alone. In the sky, lightning suddenly appeared and fell, bombarding the river. Lu Yin appeared, squatted down and dipped a hand into the river. He felt a slight tingling sensation, but it was not very powerful. It did not even have the destructive power of an enlighter, and he could not sense anything special about it. Another bolt of lightning struck in the distance. Lu Yin tore through the void and left. Lu Yin's whereabouts couldn't be hidden from the Ku family. Ku Pu stood respectfully behind Ku Rong and looked in Lu Yin's direction. Elder, is there really no way to teach this child that when things reach an extreme they will move in the opposite direction? Ku Pu couldn't help but ask. Ku Rong was helpless. I don't know. I can't see through it. Ku Pu frowned. The dignified Seven Courts Ku family couldn't even deal with a youngster. He was truly sullen. It doesn't matter whether or not he can teach it now. When things reach an extreme they can only move in the opposite direction. As long as he continues to grow he might be able to teach it in the future. That child has a very high chance of reaching the same level as Kuzu. We have to be on good terms with him, said Ku Rong solemnly. Ku Pu was shocked. He can reach the ancestors' level? Ku Rong looked at Ku Pu. This child underwent his origin tribulation and defeated progenitor Qin. No matter how strong the ancestor is, progenitor Qin will always be synonymous with invincibility. Once this child becomes a progenitor he might be able to rival progenitor Qin. At that time it might not be impossible to teach him. When things reach an extreme they can only move in the opposite direction. You have to look at the future. Why is this child protected by the Hall of Honor? It's because the Hall of Honor is able to see into the future. The Seven Courts cannot exist forever. We are united because of progenitor Chen's tomb, but we might also fall apart because of it. No one can predict what will happen in the future, so it's not wrong to leave a way out. Understood, Ku Pu replied respectfully. Ku Rong said, give him a time wood. It's one of the 5. Ku Pu's expression changed and he was somewhat reluctant, but he still replied, yes. Kuzu's past had piqued Lu Yin's interest in the land of Spirit Void. He wanted to learn more about Kuzu's past, but he could not stay here forever. Even though the Ku family treated him with respect, Ku Lei even bowed when he saw him. Lu Yin picked up his gadget and contacted someone. Madam Yu. This was one of the most important reasons why he had come to the Seven Courts. In the Eternal Kingdom, Undying Yushan's appearance had caused great waves. Back then he had divined that Undying Yushan had involved someone else, the Netherworld progenitor. This ancient progenitor was an ancestor of the Yu family. If Lu Yin wanted to know more about the Netherworld progenitor he would have to go through the Yu family. The Yu family had split up on their own accord, and the Yo secret art had even been taken to the Innerverse. There had to be a reason behind this, but the Sword Sect had not been able to find out. Madame Yu had followed the Great Eastern Alliance to participate in the war against the Astral Beast domain and had made great contributions. The Sword Sect could not touch them for the time being, which allowed the Yo court to live peacefully for a period of time. However, these peaceful days would not last for long. Madame Yu had recently sensed that the Sword Sect's attitude towards them had changed. The most obvious change was the fact that elderly from the Sword Sect had entered and left the Yo court as if there was no one there. He did not even care about an emissary like her, and that attitude gave Madame Yu a bad premonition. Coupled with what had happened with the Yu family, she had a lot on her mind. "Mother, is there any news from the main family?" Yoyer asked Madame Yu anxiously. Madame Yu's expression turned ugly. "Go and cultivate. This has nothing to do with you. If the main family is in trouble, then we'll really lose our foundation. The Sword Sect's attitude towards us is getting worse and worse. Mother, you just joined the war against the Astral Beast domain, but they're still acting like this? They're too impudent." Madame Yu's gaze turned cold. The Sword Sect's attitude directly reflected the Great Eastern Alliance's attitude, or rather Lu Yin's attitude. She had contacted Lu Yin many times, but he had never expressed his support for the Yo court. It had been impossible in the past, and it was impossible now as well, unless she told him everything. Could she tell him? Madame Yu was apprehensive and anxious. The current Lu Yin was completely different from when she had first contacted him. Back then she had wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance because Lu Yin had great influence and background. However, he did not have the strength to directly threaten her, which made him safer than the Sword Sect. Now, however, Lu Yin was far more dangerous than the Sword Sect. If the Yo court had still been the Yo court of the past, then she would not have provoked Lu Yin even if the Sword Sect threatened her. However, everything had changed. The Yo court had been controlled by the Sword Sect, and Yoyer had even been imprisoned by them. If she had not participated in the war against the Astral Beast domain, then Yoyer would not have been able to regain her freedom. Now the Yo court was not planning on who to protect, but rather how to survive. The situation had changed too quickly and Madame Yu was at a loss. At that moment her gadget rang and she glanced at it in shock. It was actually Lu Yin. She saw it as well. "Mother, Lu Yin." Madame Yu gestured for silence, took a deep breath and accepted the call. "Alliance Master, you were looking for me?" Lu Yin, who was walking through the spirit void, looked at the extinguished flames in front of him and asked, "How have you been recently? Has the Sword Sect made things difficult for you?" Madame Yu did not understand why Lu Yin was asking this, as it was impossible for him to not know about the Sword Sect's situation. What were his plans? "It's the same as before," Madame Yu replied. Lu Yin was now far more terrifying than the Sword Sect and she was subconsciously on guard. However, because of the current situation she could not get rid of Lu Yin. This made her feel conflicted and she did not know how to continue the conversation. Lu Yin could hear the resistance in her voice. "Alright, I understand. That's all." He then hung up. He wanted to know more about the Netherworld ancestor, but Madame Yu might not necessarily tell him the truth. The wariness in her voice told Lu Yin that it would take some effort to obtain the information he needed. Since that was the case, he decided to let the Sword Sect do it for him. Lu Yin was about to contact Lu Qinjue and have the Sword Sect pressure the Yo court. However, Madame Yu suddenly called him. "Alliance Master, can you help us?" When she said this, Madame Yu was filled with helplessness and her face was pale. In front of her, Yoyer clenched her fists, feeling just as sullen. The current situation was very unfavorable for them, and if they were not careful they would follow in the Yu family's footsteps. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Didn't you say that it's the same as before? Then it should be fine." Madame Yu whispered, "It's not the Yo court. It's the Yu family." Lu Yin did not understand. "Explain." Madame Yu muttered to herself for a moment. Before the Astral Beast domain invaded, there was a strange change in Burial Garden. It was said that the 7 sky gods attacked, and it even led to Mystery Ancestor's betrayal. The one who lured the 7 sky gods into Burial Garden was Hidden Weep. Hidden Weep. Lu Yin was confused at first, but then he remembered. The Yu family? Yu Qin's younger brother? The Burial Garden Knight who used the Sword Sect's 13 swords to fight me in the mountain and sea realm? That's right. Madame Yu was not surprised that Lu Yin knew about this. With Lu Yin's current status he knew too much. His body was used as a coordinate to attract the 7 sky gods. After Burial Garden was sealed, the Hall of Honor launched an investigation into the Yu family, and the Interstellar Arbitration Court sealed off the Yu family. Perhaps the Yu family will face a great calamity. Alliance Master, I don't know if the Yu family has colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, but I hope that Hidden Weep alone will not implicate the Yu family or the Yo court. Lu Yin did not know much about the changes in Burial Garden. After Burial Garden had been sealed off, he had not paid much attention to this matter. He had not expected that Hidden Weep would be the source. So the rumor that the 7 courts had a spy is Hidden Weep? Lu Yin asked. Madame Yu replied bitterly, I don't know, but the possibility is not high. The Neo-Human Alliance was able to enter progenitor Chen's tomb long before Hidden Weep was born. It shouldn't be him. That's why the Interstellar Arbitration Court is investigating the Yu family. Lu Yin understood now. Hidden Weep might be a traitor, but he could not be the only one. Then who was behind Hidden Weep? When Lu Yin had left progenitor Chen's tomb, the 7 courts had guessed that the tomb had been targeted by someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. Because of this, Lu Yin had gotten into an argument with Xia. Now that he thought about it, the Yu family's patriarch Yu Kurson had spoken up for him. He had been a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker at the time, and lockbreakers were famous for being protective of their own. If no one from the Yu family had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, then he would have to repay this favor. Chapter 1933. Why should I help the Yu family? Lu Yin asked directly. He knew whether or not he should help Yu Kurson, but he couldn't say that to Madame Yu. Madame Yu bitterly replied, I don't know what the Yo court can give you. The Yo court had been imprisoned in the Sword Sect, and regardless of whether they were willing or not, they were still considered part of the Great Eastern Alliance. They should listen to Lu Yin, but she couldn't think of any price to pay in exchange for his help. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I want to know why you broke up the Yu family as well as the secret of the Yo secret. Madame Yu wasn't surprised, as this was the only price they could pay to attract the Sword Sect and Lu Yin's help. Across from her, Yo Yi pursed her lips and looked at Madame Yu. This was the only path in front of them, as they didn't know if the Yu family would be able to survive this calamity. Even if they did, the Yo court would be destroyed by Lu Yin, so they had no other choice. Madame Yu muttered to herself for a moment and then sighed. Alliance leader, we broke away from the Yu family because of the Yo secret. The Yo secret is passed down to a single person. It's called a secret technique, but actually... Madame Yu fell silent. She didn't want to reveal this secret, but was it really okay to keep it a secret? She had asked Lu Yin many times, but he hadn't agreed to help them. This might be the last time, and if he didn't help, then the Yo court and even the Yo secret might be gone. What was the point of keeping this secret then? They had broken away from the Yu family precisely because this secret might have been leaked. Since it had been leaked, it didn't matter if Lu Yin knew. Actually, the Yo secret isn't just a secret technique. It's also a treasure trove of time. Madame Yu said each word with a solemn expression. When she said this, she actually relaxed. Yo Yi closed her eyes. This secret had finally been revealed. Back in the spirit void, Lu Yin raised his head. What treasure trove of time? Madame Yu replied, the Yo secret art was created by our Yu family's ancient ancestor, the Netherworld ancestor. It doesn't have any offensive, defensive, or recovery abilities. Although it's called a secret art, it's actually useless in battle. At most, it can only hide the cultivator's age. Yura's strength didn't increase because of the Yo secret art, but because she already possessed such strength, but it was hidden by the Yo secret art. What kind of secret technique is that? It's not a secret technique at all, it's a treasure trove. People who practice the Yo secret technique are lucky, or maybe it's because the time is up. Sometimes, people who practice the Yo secret technique can obtain battle skills from the Yo secret technique. Those battle skills are left behind by the Yo secret technique, such as Year's murderous heart lotus during the sovereign competition. No wonder no one in the Fifth Mainland had ever heard of a battle technique called the killing heart lotus. Even the Yu family didn't have it. This was a battle technique that had displayed extraordinary splendor during the sovereign tournament. Countless people had searched for it, but to no avail. It turned out that it had been obtained from the Nether secret word. If it was left behind by the Nether ancestor, then it was definitely very ancient and powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caught the eye of a progenitor. The Nether ancestor was an incomparably ancient progenitor, and Lu Yin wondered if he could compare to the Grim Reaper or Fate. For many years, because of the secret of the Yo-secret technique, my Yu family has always been treading on thin ice. It's like there's a pair of eyes constantly watching us from the era of the Daoist sect to the era of the Hall of Honor. Every generation of people who practice the Yo-secret technique and the head of the Yu family can sense it. We don't know who it is or where it comes from, but that pair of eyes, that chilling gaze has never disappeared. Madame Yu's voice trembled. Because of this, we had no choice but to leave the Yu family and take away the Yo-secret technique inheritance. What happened? What about them? Lu Yin asked. Madame Yu hesitated. It seems like there's nothing left, but there's also something else. We don't know, and we don't know if that pair of eyes is still watching us. We can't be sure. Didn't you think that staying in the 7 courts might be safer? After all, Xiaji is a half-progenitor. Lu Yin didn't understand. Madame Yu bitterly replied, Xiaji? He's a half-progenitor from the Xia family, and he has nothing to do with my Yu family. If the secret of the Yo-secret technique is exposed, then Xiaji might be the first to act against us. Lu Yin nodded as Madame Yu was right. Xiaji was unscrupulous, and it was highly likely that he would act against them. Then why are you telling me now? Aren't you afraid that I'll act against you? Lu Yin was curious. Madame Yu was dejected. Aside from telling you, we have no other choice. The Yu family is facing a crisis, and the Yo court has been imprisoned by the sword sect. So what if we guard the Yo-secret technique? So what if we obtain a peerless battle technique from the Yo-secret technique? We'll still be at the mercy of others. The Alliance Master underwent his origin tribulation and defeated Progenitor Qin, who was at the same realm as him. Once he becomes a progenitor, he'll be unparalleled. Even the Netherworld progenitor might not be able to defeat the Alliance Master, let alone a mere Yo-secret technique. No matter how extraordinary one's innate gift was, one's cultivation could not be too heterogeneous. Telling Lu Yin the secret of the Yo-secret technique was better than letting the sword sect or someone else obtain it. Lu Yin had too many tricks up his sleeve, and he even had the legendary Death God's inheritance. He might not necessarily care about the Netherworld progenitor's battle technique. Madame Yu's guess was correct, as Lu Yin had no interest in the Yo-secret technique. This was especially true for a technique that was only passed down through a single lineage. He didn't even know how dangerous it would be. So what if he obtained a battle technique from the Yo-secret technique? He had too many battle techniques, including the Death God's inheritance, Progenitor Chen's reverse step, the symbol progenitor's universal evolution scripture, and so on. He also had the 9 cauldrons fusion, which was said to be invincible. I'm not interested in the Yo-secret technique, but I want to know more about the Netherworld progenitor, Lu Yin said. Madame Yu relaxed when she heard that Lu Yin wasn't interested in the Yo-secret technique. However, when she heard about the Netherworld progenitor, she was puzzled. Alliance Master, are you interested in the progenitor? Tell me everything about the Netherworld progenitor, Lu Yin said. He realized that ever since he had undergone his origin tribulation, he had reached the progenitor realm instead of the envoys and half-progenitors. He had the strength of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones, the experiences of Progenitor Ku, and now the Netherworld progenitor. Madame Yu was put in a difficult position. Alliance Master, the Netherworld progenitor is too ancient. During that era, the 6 continents didn't seem to have shattered. We only guess that he was a descendant of the Netherworld progenitor, but we have no proof. The only thing we can rely on is the Yo-secret technique. We don't know much about the Netherworld progenitor, and all we know is that he belongs to the 2nd continent and has a name, the Multiform Netherworld. The Multiform Netherworld. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a name. What about his technique? What technique does the Netherworld progenitor have that everyone knows about? I really don't know, Madame Yu said helplessly. I know, Yo Year said. Madame Yu looked at her daughter in astonishment, as she hadn't expected her to interrupt. Yo Year. Lu Yin was astonished. Madame Yu looked at Yo Year with confusion. Yo Year walked over to Madame Yu and spoke into her gadget. The technique that the Netherworld progenitor cultivates is called the demonic scripture. It's an all-encompassing technique that she created by collecting countless techniques. The murderous heart lotus originated from one of the chapters in the demonic scripture. I don't know anything else. What about the undying scripture? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yo Year was puzzled. The undying scripture? I don't know, but I think I've heard of it before. Madame Yu was astonished. The legendary ancient scripture from the Starfall Sea? It said that cultivators are immortal, and it was obtained by someone from the Outerverse. The Xia family even sent people to the Outerverse to obtain it. Right, it's the Great Yu Empire. Is this related to the Netherworld progenitor? Her tone didn't sound like she was faking it. Lu Yin looked up and saw a bolt of lightning descend. It was less than 10 meters away from him, illuminating his face. Alliance Master, we've said everything that needs to be said. Please help the Yu family, Madame Yu pleaded. Yo Year added, please help the Yu family, Alliance Master. If Year obtains any battle techniques or techniques from the Yo secret symbol, I will definitely tell you. I won't hide anything from you. Lu Yin asked, does the Yu family have any information related to the Netherworld progenitor? For example, places, rumors, items left behind, and so on. Madame Yu replied, the reason why our Yu family has been recognized as the Netherworld progenitor's descendants is because of the Yo secret symbol. However, the only thing that is as ancient as the Yu secret symbol is the Great Styx River. During the era of the Daoist sect, our Yu family lived at the center of the Great Styx River, and this history can be traced back to an even more ancient era. Our Yu family has lived on the Great Styx River since the beginning of our recorded history, and this has never changed. Lu Yin replied, got it. He then hung up. The 7 courts contained 7 secret techniques that could be traced back to ancient times, allowing one to contact 7 progenitors. Lu Yin currently knew that the Yu family's Netherworld progenitor, the Ku family's Ku progenitor, the Su family's Su Wangtian, the Hui family's Hui progenitor, and the Xia family's progenitor Chen. As for which progenitor the Shi family and the Yu family were connected to, Lu Yin wasn't sure. His harvest from this trip to the 7 courts had been much greater than he had expected, and he would definitely have to visit the Yu family next. Should he visit the Shi family or the Su family? The irreconcilable hatred between the Shi family and the Spectre clan piqued Lu Yin's interest. Their legacy was the Bone Sea, and Lai Gu's body-strengthening battle technique was quite interesting. Although they were currently the weakest in the 7 courts, they had once clashed with the Spectre clan, and they had definitely not been weak at their peak. In fact, they might have even been second only to the Xia family. As for the Su family, Lu Yin was also interested in their legacy technique battle strategy theory. Xianxia had mentioned that back in Myriad City, Zhou Xian had used battle strategy theory to imitate the drunkard's battle technique, the 3 Yin-Yang Immortals technique, and he had learned the starting technique. Ancestor Su Wangtian had also created the Su secret symbol, and he had not forgotten the scene of him receiving the secret technique's inheritance. I, Su Wangtian, have observed chess, played chess, retracted chess, and comprehended chess for hundreds of thousands of years. Finally, I created the secret technique Scattered Stars Chess. Throughout the entire universe, only I, Su Wangtian, can retract my chess moves. A person's life cannot be regretted, but I, Su Wangtian, will do so. Only I, Su Wangtian, can repent. My secret symbol Scattered Stars Chess. When Lu Yin had first heard these words, he had felt Su Wangtian's arrogance and shamelessness. Now that he thought about it, these words were filled with tyranny. What Su Wangtian regretted was not what he had done, but what had happened in the past. There was a fundamental difference. A person's life could not be regretted because time had already passed, but Su Wangtian could. Did this mean that he could reverse time? When the Su secret symbol was used, the universe was the chessboard and people and objects were the chess pieces. The layout was so vast that it surpassed all the secret techniques Lu Yin had seen before. However, it was still far from being able to retract a chess move. To retract a chess move, one had to be linked to time. Lu Yin's understanding of the Su secret symbol was still insufficient. If possible, he really wanted to go to the Su family's chessboard and try to comprehend it again. Was that even possible? Lu Yin looked forward to it. Chapter 1934. The next day, Ku Pu came looking for Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, I might not be able to entertain you. How about letting my son Ku Lei take care of you for the next few days? Lu Yin smiled. If the family head has anything to do, please go ahead. There's no need for anyone to entertain me. Besides, I'm leaving. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need to rush. Stay in the land of Spirit Void for a few more days and let the Ku family host you. Ku Wei is your disciple, so we're family. Ku Pu smiled. How thick-skinned, Lu Yin thought. If he hadn't used the Lockbreaker Society's power to take Ku Wei as his disciple, Ku Lei would have killed him. That's right. Since we're family, there's no need for the family head to be so courteous. Since Ku Pu was smiling, Lu Yin was naturally courteous. Ku Pu's smile became even more brilliant. Hey, if it wasn't for the Yu family, I would have continued chatting with Alliance leader Lu. About the Yu family. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he curiously asked, "What happened to the Yu family?" Ku Pu solemnly replied, "Some time ago the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods used a set of coordinates to attack Burial Garden. In the end, Burial Garden was sealed and disappeared. That set of coordinates belonged to a former disciple of the Yu family, Quiet Weep. That disciple was clearly dead, but he was valued by Burial Garden and revived. No, that's not possible. He was saved by Burial Garden and taken in as a disciple. Now that I think about it, there are many suspicious points about his death. Who was the one who created the opportunity for him to enter Burial Garden? Is there a spy from the Neo-Human Alliance behind him? We need to investigate all of these, and the Yu family is the most suspicious. Interstellar Arbitration Head Mu Tianluan is supervising, and the 7 courts are conducting an internal investigation. Today we will be interrogating the Yu family." Lu Yin was shocked. So it's someone from the Yu family. When the witch spirit threw me into progenitor Chen's tomb, she relied on the coordinates. At that time I already guessed that there were people from the Neo-Human Alliance within the 7 courts. I remember family head Xia Yi being very agitated, and to be honest I suspected him. Ku Pu solemnly replied, "We all suspected him. After all, Xia Yi was too agitated. But now it seems that the Yu family is even more suspicious. If we can't find any evidence that the Yu family is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, what will the outcome be?" Ku Pu shook his head. It's hard to say. The 7 courts were able to protect progenitor Chen's great tomb under the pressure of the Hall of Honor because the Hall of Honor is wary of our strength, but also because progenitor Chen's great tomb isn't worth the Hall of Honor waging war against us. After all, progenitor Chen's great tomb belongs to the Xia family, and the Hall of Honor controls the human domain. But now that the Neo-Human Alliance is involved, things are different. If we intentionally cover up for the Yu family, the Hall of Honor will definitely take action. Furthermore, the 7 courts would never allow anyone to collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. The Yu family is doomed this time. In the end, even if we can't prove that the Yu family colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, the Yu family will still have to pay a heavy price. Every single member of the Yu family will be individually investigated, including the family head Yu Kurson. They might even be taken to the Interstellar Arbitration Center for investigation. The entire Yu family will be torn apart. Lu Yin sighed. This is the consequence of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if it's just a possibility, they'll still be implicated. The Divine Gu dynasty's young King Qing was also taken to the arbitration world for investigation because his subordinates colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Yes, Yu Kurson won't be able to escape, Ku Pu agreed. Patriarch Ku Pu, can I go with you? Lu Yin asked. Ku Pu was astonished and his eyes flashed as he thought about the Yu court. The Yu family had been split apart, and the Yu court had originally been close to the Sword sect. However, due to the Yo secret symbol being exposed, they weren't having a good time either. However, logically speaking, the Great Eastern Alliance should be in charge of this matter. What was his goal? Is it inconvenient? Lu Yin asked. Ku Pu replied, of course not. Since Alliance leader Lu wants to go, then let's go together. Please. Please. Lu Yin brought the second Night King and followed Ku Pu out of the land of Spirit Void, heading towards the Great Underworld River. From a distance, the Great Underworld River looked like a mirror that stretched across the heavens. At the center of the river was the Yu family. The Ku family's land of Spirit Void wasn't far from the Great Underworld River, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. Alliance leader Lu, do you see that boat? Ku Pu asked. Lu Yin followed his gaze and saw a small wooden boat floating alone on the river's banks. There were even oars on the boat and it looked rather old. It's a very ordinary boat and it's very old, Lu Yin said. For some reason, when he looked at the boat, he felt as if he could see an old man sitting at the bow, leisurely rowing the boat while singing an unknown tune. The one who rowed this boat was originally an elder from the Yu family and everyone called him Elder Yu. Now he'll be investigated as well, Ku Pu said. He then boarded the boat. Alliance leader Lu, let's go. Lu Yin nodded and boarded the boat. The 3 of them then headed towards the center of the Great Underworld River. As they approached the Yu family, Ku hesitated for a moment before taking out a cosmic ring and handing it to Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, you've come all the way to my Ku family, and the elder asked me to present a greeting gift. Please accept it. Lu Yin was surprised. Patriarch, you're treating me like an outsider. Ku Wei is my disciple and we're family. There's no need for a greeting gift. Ku smiled. It's precisely because we're family that I have to give it to you. In the future, Ku Wei will be in your care. Lu Yin accepted the cosmic ring as he was just being polite. There's a piece of time-withered wood inside, and it's the most ancient piece aside from the ancestors. Its defense can withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000, and it also has the unfathomable power of time. Ku looked at the cosmic ring. To be honest, even as the patriarch, I don't have the qualifications to use it. Lu Yin was delighted as he did not doubt Ku's words. To the Ku family, the value of Lu Yin's possessions was too great. It was not impossible for them to give him such a precious piece of time-withered wood. Thank you, Patriarch. Please thank Elder Ku Rong for me, Lu Yin said. He was truly grateful as this piece of time-withered wood was second only to the Ku family's hidden treasure. Ku felt his heart ache but he still smiled. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need to be so polite. We're family. Yes, we're family. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Seven Courts was truly a blessed land. He had obtained the wisdom root from the Hui family, and the Ku family had obtained the time-withered wood from the Ku family. He decided that he would definitely visit the Su and Shi families to see if he could obtain anything else. In the past, even if he wanted to visit the entire Seven Courts, they might not even bother with him. However, things were different now. If there were any benefits, he would take them and not let any of them go. It was a pity that the Xia family's enemies were against him, or else he would have tried to obtain the 9 clones technique. No, he was thinking too much. In the entire Xia family, only Xia Luo and Xia Ji knew the 9 clones technique and no one else knew it. Right, there was also Starsabel. Lu Yin secretly suppressed his desire, as he really wanted to learn the 9 clones technique. Because he had to receive Lu Yin, Ku was the last to arrive at the Yu family's residence. At this moment, there were not only thousands of cultivators from the other families of the Seven Courts, but there were also hundreds of cultivators from the Interstellar Arbitration Center. Every corner of the Yu family's residence had been turned over. The Yu family's disciples were filled with grief and indignation as they were separated from each other. Every Yu family cultivator was monitored by 3 to 5 other cultivators, and there was no privacy at all. Clan leader Yu Kursin, daughter Yu Qin, elder Yu Run and the others, a total of a dozen or so people, formed a circle with their backs facing each other. Everyone was isolated. They could not see each other, nor could they hear the words of the people next to them. However, their every word and action could be seen by everyone in the surroundings. This was an investigation of the entire Yu family. It was very embarrassing for the Yu family, but it was unavoidable. This was only because the Hall of Honor was apprehensive of the Seven Courts. Otherwise, the Yu family would have been collectively taken to the arbitration world, and no one knew what they would have gone through. Young King Qing hated Lu Yin, especially when he found out that the second Night King had long since submitted to Lu Yin. His hatred for Lu Yin had reached a monstrous level, but after the trial at the arbitration world, he no longer dared to provoke Lu Yin. One could only imagine how unforgettable his experience must have been. When Ku arrived, the 6 family heads of the 7 courts were all present. There was also Mu Tianluan and Lu Yin. No one had expected Lu Yin to come. When Mu Tianluan saw Lu Yin, his eyes flashed and he smiled faintly. Alliance leader Lu, why have you come to the 7 courts? Right, I almost forgot that you've been to Progenitor Chen's tomb before. If I remember correctly, you were captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin looked at Mu Tianluan as this person made him uncomfortable. He had once supported the Day-Night clan and had even wanted to support them when the Great Eastern Alliance had joined forces with Leon's armada to attack the Day-Night clan. Later on, Mu Tianluan had repeatedly asked the Inquisitor to judge Lu Yin's cultivation of Death Qi. When it was confirmed that Lu Yin would not be affected by Death Qi, Mu Tianluan had also informed the Unaging Man, which had caused Lu Yin to be at a disadvantage in their dispute. If not for Mu Tianluan, Lu Yin's first trip to the Realm Mountains would have been much smoother. This person was very hostile towards Lu Yin. What are you trying to say? Just say it. I don't want to hear any nonsense, Lu Yin said. Hui Ji and the other family heads were astonished, as these two did not seem to get along. Mu Tianluan raised his brows. Alliance leader Lu, you seem to be dissatisfied with me. Lu Yin stared at Mu Tianluan. Not dissatisfied but extremely dissatisfied. More accurately, I feel disgusted by you. Mu Tianluan's expression changed and he became gloomy and filled with killing intent. How dare you insult the Inquisitor? A middle-aged man behind Mu Tianluan shouted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Crack. There was a loud sound as the middle-aged man was sent flying. The second Night King had attacked and the middle-aged man immediately fainted. Half of his face had been shattered and he looked extremely miserable. Mu Tianluan was furious. You dare attack me, Lu Yin? Lu Yin calmly replied, I don't like people interrupting when I'm speaking. It's just a small lesson. Some people just can't see themselves clearly. Don't regret it when you're dead. Mu Tianluan's eyes narrowed and his gaze turned cold. Is Alliance leader Lu threatening me? I'm an Inquisitor of the Interstellar Tribunal. Does Alliance leader Lu know what crime it is to threaten an Inquisitor? Lu Yin sneered. Then do you know what crime it is to slander a director? Mu Tianluan's eyelids twitched but he did not speak. Huiji smiled. The two of you are here to jointly interrogate the Yu family. Please calm down and take a seat. It wouldn't be good if others saw this as a joke. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly and walked to his designated seat. Chapter 1935. Not everyone was qualified to interrogate the Yu family. Even if Ku Pu had brought Lu Yin here, he could only stand to the side and watch without a seat. Since he had a seat, it meant that he had the right to ask questions. However, Lu Yin's status was special as he was a director of the Hall of Honor. Mu Tianluan's expression relaxed when he saw Lu Yin sit down. His expression was no longer cold and he sat down as well. Yu Kursen saw all of this. Before these people had even taken their seats, they had been sitting right in front of her, and she had seen the conflict between Lu Yin and Mu Tianluan. The important members of the Yu family who were being interrogated were seated back to back in a circle. Similarly, Lu Yin's group also sat in a circle facing these people. Across from Lu Yin was Yu Kursen's daughter Yu Qin. Yu Qin looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. This was someone from the same generation that she had once competed with, but now he was looking down at her from above and even had the qualifications to question and interrogate her. This was an uncomfortable feeling, especially since this person had defeated Yu Qi in a direct battle. That battle had shocked many people, including Yu Qin herself. She had once thought that Yu Weep was invincible among those of the same generation. Yu Kursen, tell us about Yu Weep's history and everything he's been through, Huiji said. The Hui family was in charge of this trial, and Mu Tianluan was only a supervisor to prevent the 7 courts from harming Yu Weep. Yu Kursen looked up at Huiji. There's nothing much to say. We've already investigated everything about him. Huiji frowned. Yu Kursen, I hope that you understand the severity of this matter. This is only an internal trial of the 7 courts. If you're brought to the Interstellar Court, things will be different. That's right, Sister Kursen. Tell us what you want to know. Xia Hua rubbed her chin and blinked. She then looked at Lu Yin and smiled seductively. Lu Yin glanced at her, especially at her clothes. They were very revealing and he thought of Xianxia. That woman liked to borrow other people's battle techniques for her own use, and he had met her in the mountain and sea realm. Yu Kursen calmly explained everything about Yu Weeping. Yu Weep's history was not complicated. Everyone wanted to know what he had come into contact with and who was most likely to be the traitor. They also wanted to know if they could find a weakness in the Neo-Human Alliance through his experiences. Half a day later, Yu Kursen finished. You're his mother. How did he die? Huiji asked. Yu Kursen's eyes flashed with pain. He's not dead. Huiji was surprised. He's not dead? Yuka thought to herself. He never died. How can a dead person be revived? So he faked his death? Huiji asked. Yu Kursen looked at Huiji. Whether or not he faked his death, he's dead now. Tell me how he faked his death, Huiji said. Yu Kursen calmly replied, I told you before. Say it again in detail, Mu Tianluan said sternly. Yu Kursen was silent. She had a proud and aloof personality. Moreover, she was recalling the process of her son's death. Mu Tianluan said in a low voice, It seems like there's no need for this joint trial. Just take her to the arbitration world. She'll tell us everything there. Huiji, Silao Yan and the others frowned. Yu Kursen was, after all, the head of the Yu family in the 7 courts. If she was brought to the arbitration world for trial, it wouldn't be a good thing for the seven courts. In this joint trial, they hoped to prove that the Yu family hadn't colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance in order to deal with the Interstellar Arbitration Institute. But looking at Yu Kursan's attitude, it wouldn't be easy to help even if they wanted to. Elder Yu, do you know anything about Hidden Weep? Huizhi asked another person, the elder of the Yu family. Lu Yin looked over and saw a kind-looking old man with a tired face. His hands were full of calluses. He was the owner of the wooden ship. Hidden Weep? That's a good kid, Elder Yu said in a hoarse voice as if he didn't understand the situation. His words left Huizhi speechless. A good kid? A good kid would betray humanity? Elder Yu, you have to understand the situation. Hidden Weep betrayed humanity. He's a traitor. Mu Tianluan shouted. Elder Yu looked up in shock. A traitor? No way, he's still a kid. Mu Tianluan frowned and looked at Huizhi. This old man was pretending to be stupid. At that moment Lu Yin spoke up. Elder, why would you say that Hidden Weep is a good kid? Mu Tianluan was dissatisfied. Alliance Master Lu Hidden Weep betrayed humanity and provided the coordinates to the burial garden. You can't be thinking that this kind of person isn't a traitor, right? Lu Yin calmly replied. What does my question have to do with you? Just shut up and listen. Mu Tianluan was furious as Lu Yin wasn't giving him any face at all. Xia Hua smiled. Alliance Master Lu is so domineering. Ku Pu, Huizhi and the rest exchanged glances. Lu Yin was indeed becoming more and more domineering, and he wasn't giving Mu Tianluan any face at all. Xia Yi spoke up for the first time. Alliance Master Lu, you're also a lockbreaker. Did that make you think highly of the Yu family? Don't forget that when this kid was brought out of progenitor Chen's tomb, Yu Kursan spoke up for him just because he was a lockbreaker. Mu Tianluan's eyes trembled. Are you referring to the time when Alliance Master Lu was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance? That's right. Alliance Master Lu was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance, Xia Yi said. The two echoed each other, trying to prove that Lu Yin was related to the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if he wasn't controlled by the death energy, he might not be able to shake off the Neo-Human Alliance's connection. Although this wouldn't cause any real harm to Lu Yin, it would at least make him bear the suspicion that he was related to the Neo-Human Alliance. Of course, this was still useless, and Ku Pu and the rest felt that they were just trying to disgust Lu Yin. Lu Yin crossed his legs. An idiot and a piece of trash, yet you're still trying to echo each other. What did you say? Xia Yi was furious. Mu Tianluan stood up and gritted his teeth. Alliance Master Lu, you've already been implicated in a personal attack. I will lodge a complaint against you at the Interstellar Arbitration Center. I'm the presiding judge and Xia Yi is also the Xia family's leader. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I'm talking about an idiot and a piece of trash. What does that have to do with you? You're blaming me for what you said? You. Xia Yi also stood up and glared at Lu Yin. All right, everyone, don't forget the purpose of our joint trial, Huizhi said in a low voice. He then looked at Mu Tianluan. Presiding judge, is this how you casually interrupt a suspect's trial in the Interstellar Arbitration Center? Mu Tianluan stared at Huizhi with an unfriendly gaze, as Huizhi's words were quite rude. Brother Xia, you should sit down. To be honest, you can't beat Alliance Master Lu, Xia Hua said with a smile, her words angering Xia Yi. Ku Pu added, Brother Xia, we're from the Seven Courts. Don't forget. Xia Yi glared at Lu Yin and sat down helplessly. The Xia family was the head of the Seven Courts, but that didn't mean that the other families would listen to them. They could listen to Xia Ji, but it had nothing to do with Xia Yi. Xia Yi was only the leader on the surface and could be removed at any time. Alliance Master Lu, please continue your questions, Huizhi said politely. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Elder Yu. Elder, you can speak now. Why is Yochi a good kid? Elder Yu was facing Mu Tianluan, and when he heard Lu Yin's question he looked up and asked, Are you done arguing? Who won? I'll give you some candy. Everyone. Lu Yin was amused and thought of Astral Ten's trial master. Elder, what do you think of Yochi? Elder Yu stroked his beard. Yochi is a good kid, but he's too stubborn. He's been stubborn since he was young, and when others cultivate for 20 hours, he'll cultivate for 20 hours. He's hardworking, loves his sister and is filial to his mother. He even gets along well with an old man like me. His innate gift is incredible and he can even borrow a dead person's attack. It's a pity that he can't accept the Yu secret inheritance. To prove that he's the true heir of the Yu family, he wandered the universe alone for many years. Yu Kurson understood this experience better than Elder Yu, so how could she not care about her son? The last time I saw him, he said that he was going to get rid of a scourge and he never came back, Elder Yu said helplessly. Where did he go? What scourge was he going to get rid of? Lu Yin asked. Elder Yu thought about it. I think he went to a place called Planet Anshui. Planet Anshui? Lu Yin suddenly stood up with a shocked expression. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin. What's wrong, Alliance Master Lu? Huixi asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Planet Anshui was the planet where the Eternal Kingdom was located. It was also there that he had met Silver and tore open the parallel space that led to the Eternal Kingdom. Elder, are you sure it's Planet Anshui? Lu Yin asked anxiously. Elder Yu thought about it and then nodded. Yes, it's Planet Anshui. I remember correctly. What did Yochi say? Lu Yin asked with a complicated expression. If he wasn't wrong, then everyone had misunderstood Yochi. Elder Yu sighed with a regretful expression. He said that if the Yu family's heir doesn't have the Yu secret inheritance, then what kind of heir is he? He also said that there might be the greatest scourge of humanity there. At the time, the kid was only a cruiser, so what kind of scourge could he have encountered? I didn't think much of it, but I didn't expect him to never come back. Lu Yin made a hand gesture and sealed off Elder Yu so that the old man couldn't hear anything. He then looked at Yu Kurson. Elder Yu, can I trouble you to describe the process of Yochi's death in detail? Or rather, the process of your confirmation of Yochi's death. I know that this process might cause you to recall painful memories, but it's very important for your Yu family's joint trial. Yu Kurson's tone was indifferent. Alliance Master Lu, can you guarantee that you will give my Yu family the fairest joint trial? I, Lu Yin, guarantee it with my status as a lockbreaker, Lu Yin said loudly. Everyone was astonished as Lu Yin seemed to be overly concerned about the Yu family. Yu Kurson calmly said, as I said before, Yochi's death was due to the last message we received from him. After that, we didn't see him again until the battle in the mountain and sea realm. Actually, we didn't just receive a message from him, but also his final image. The image is in my gadget. Hui Santong walked out and handed his gadget to Lu Yin, who then tossed it to Yu Kurson.